Nice.
I'm
What?
16.
Someone has to claim 9/11.
Really got the whole squad laughing. I was considering 2137, but it would be obvious it's either me or Kilo, so didn't work.
User disconnected from your channel. User joined your channel. Microphone with sound muted.
Rightio. Soon, TM. The sound's clipping so much in this. Hopefully it's not the music bot having a fit. Although to be fair, the recording quality is not the best. Hey, what? It's gonna be interesting. It was a little disorganized. The briefing was literally like 5 minutes. But I think we should be okay. We have a bunch of randos on. I'm just hoping none of them poaches the nuke while we're not ready. I don't remember us having so few 29s. I know I'm still on the starting scene, I'll switch over in a minute. And of course, someone who wasn't in the briefing immediately poaches one of the fucking 29s we need.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Closing in on 2 years. Who'd have thunk it?
It was. Cheers for the resub. Closing in on 2 years indeed. 21 months. Doesn't feel like it's been that long, but I do appreciate it greatly. Fuck me, the mission hasn't even started and we're already a disorganized mess. Fuck it. I'll grab a 29, if it'll let me take that slot. Yes, it will. Okay, good. Loud and clear. Hello, I should probably turn on my light so you guys can actually see me one moment. Yeah, there we go.
Copy.
You should be able to, Marduk. I've muted my TeamSpeak so I'm not dealing with two channels, and also so people aren't talking about the plan on comms, you know, while I'm streaming it, but... Do you ever test the SA5? Not yet. A year? Holy shit. Cheers, Amorphous. Good to see you. Thanks for the resub.
Rearming complete.
I'm doing alright. A little bit amped up because, you know, start of the mission. We'll see how we go. Hopefully it'll go nice and smooth. Ish. So everyone knows what they gotta do, right?
Mic check.
Loud and clear. Trim reset. 1, 2, 3. That should do it. Su-25s, you guys can roll and take off first since you're slower. We can catch up to you. It's the MiG-29A. Hey, Nico. He strikes 4 from my act prime. So, look, my main worries are A, we have to kill the Hawk sites. That's going to be difficult because he's apparently integrated IADs. I don't know if he's done it with the Hawks or RSAMs or both. We're fighting a lot of blues. They have Mike Delta GCIing for them. Yeah, interesting.
They're moving from me.
First priority is to get the 25s off the ground. And the fighters at Keshem need to just orbit for now. So we push across as a cohesive group. We don't want to go across singly or in pairs. The whole point is to get the Su-25s there.
High probability.
Yeah, we did. Don't want to make it easy for them to tell who's carrying the bomb. And they're going to assume that I'm carrying the bomb. Whether correctly or incorrectly, I mean, the other guys know the plan. They know the flight paths, they have it drawn up for them, so who knows, maybe I won't carry the bomb. We'll see. One of our Su-25s just despawned.
Message on course.
F10, you won't see anything because there's no markers on. But these are our bases here, plus down here. They're coming out of Hasab, Ras Al, and Fujairah. So we've got to nuke Hasab. We have to kill the SAMs there first, hence the Su-25Ts. Kill the SAMs, then nuke it. Even though I could nuke that if the SAMs were still active. I've practiced it enough times. And then once that's done, They're going to be attacking Keshem Air Base and Bandar Iyask. We need to kill the hawk site at Fujairah. That will spawn in the Scuds up here, which will then eventually launch at Fujairah. And then their objective is to kill the Scuds once those do spawn in.
260 is active and we're taking 26 because we have it. Or is there no wind?
I think he said he added wind, but probably not much.
Fighters taking off from Qatar, Mirage and F-104. I'm taking 26 now. No, active 26.
Oh, light load over there. It's not a bad idea, to be honest.
F-104 on call. If you are, there is a Mirage in front of you and a F-15 on your radar.
We don't want our fighters engaging it. Thought that might happen. This is the one mission I think he should password. He did password it last time. But he didn't tell anyone until like the day before it was meant to run, and he had them all come in TeamSpeak. He didn't put the password on the forums or whatever.
You only have the fighter in the air currently over the sea. Better retreat north.
And because he didn't get enough players last time, or he had to... Well, he did, but he had to whip around at the last second.
2 fighters, 45 kilometers, 152 degrees.
51 have problems doing landing.
Yeah. Did you keep the engine on takeoff?
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Well, so the problem we now have is we have one fighter airborne who's not on comms, who's going to get our planes killed. Tell Alpin, if he's not on comms and he's just flying into shit by himself, tell Alpin, because he specifically said to let him know if people are doing that. This is what happens when you don't password a mission like this.
I see him on SRS, please, but he's not talking.
Well, if he's not talking and he's not listening, he may as well not be on SRS, right? We don't have the fucking airframes to fly off alone into the entire blue team, like, it's just fucking stupid. Hey, Legos. And the other problem we have is Red have so few actual aircraft slots, particularly fighters, this early in the mission, because the 21s aren't unlocked yet.
Okay, currently over the sea we have 2 Mirages and an F-15.
Fuck me, dude.
Okay, so sorry guys, I don't know what happened to my gear. I had to grab an insult.
Oh shit, did Matt have a accident? It's off to a
I
great
think
start.
my engine's on the takeoff as well.
I hope the other 25 makes it before because he okay.
Virus result.
The radar picture is clear. They must be flying low.
There were two Mirages a few seconds ago. They were north of Kassab, but they were going cold.
It's the objective.
Yeah,
Take out the SAMs at Kassab, then nuke it. Take out the SAMs at Fajira, then the Scuds, kill it, and protect Keshem and Jask air bases, and the Scuds. Yeah, it's complicated. Just slow down a bit so the other 29 can catch up.
Toilet, you want to come?
Yep.
Okay, so the SAMs will turn their radars on only if you enter the engagement zone.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Let's see where he is, but as long as we're somewhere near each other, it should be alright.
Okay, Zachary popped up and F-15. They're flying close to Kassab. Baby and 49, two targets, 175 or 65. Mirage and F-15.
Tally 2.
Altitude 4 and 5 knots.
Something else I'm looking at then. Oh no, it's them.
Buckaroo popped up in a Mirage.
Must be Davey on my ring.
Striker 1-1, I suggest you do not venture south from the Keshem Island.
Copper.
Davey, let's hold here for now while the Sushkas sort themselves out.
Yeah, Striker, island in front of you has a Cook sign. Do not go south from it.
Yep, anchoring here.
Cook is firing currently.
Yep.
Yeah, two contacts right on my nose.
Maybe 49, 142, 440. Mirage.
14240, I think that's what the Cub's firing at.
4 kilometers. Yeah, Cook is firing on him. Essex, you're on comms finally.
I can physically see him, I think. Oh no, it's dust on my screen, of course it is.
Essex, if you can hear me, do not venture south. They are dragging you into their traps.
Lost tally on those two contacts. I'm gonna circle back towards Keshem.
Essex, in your direction, Mirage coming hot for you. 25 con. Essex, I suggest you retreat north. 2 additional targets popped up, they are all going for you.
Com check 124 Fox.
Loud and clear.
Daily 51 and 49. New vector 205 or 40.
20540. Tally 3. Tally 4.
Actually 51, go north, we will use the cook. There's too many of them. 49 and Davy, turn around and set up camp over the island.
setting up over the
We're
island.
gonna drag them to the coast. Striker 1-1. Go 29 degrees.
290.
Floyd actually bought me one of the new campaigns, so I will try it out. We'll see how it goes. I don't know if I'll stream it, but we'll give it a go.
Okay, Coop is now firing. You are dragging them to the Coop.
Campaigns aren't as bad, because campaigns, if they're scripted right, will actually be a bit more interactive, but the actual base AI kind of sucks. So a good mission maker can work around that a bit.
178 for 16.
178, 16.
Mirage. 51, you can turn around now. $51, 208 for 20.
So I'm looking for...
Davy 49, intercept course 150 for 10. On the deck. Mirage.
One Mirage splashed by Coop.
Tally.
Zachary gets really close.
Davy 49, you're about to merge with Zachary. 49 on your 3 o'clock. Turn right, turn right.
No joy.
51, 257 for 20. Mirage on the deck. Trogdor, 275 for 13. Mirage. I repeat, 257 for 14. Mirage on the deck.
Daylock 49 blind.
2K altitude. On your 1 o'clock. 2 o'clock.
49, keep extending. 49, keep extending. Mirage on your ass.
51, crash that new target. 199 for 14, F-15. 3,000 meters. Spot. He's not going for you. 1 o'clock, 59. 51. On your 3 o'clock, 51. Turn right, 51. He didn't see you. Drop door merged with Mirage. 49. Turn south. 197, 18. You're clear.
197, 18.
Baron on your 11, Mirage.
Fucking saw him for half a second.
51 in front of you, Zachary.
He got splashed.
11 o'clock, 51.
49 tally splash to my front.
F-15 down. 51 flash. Turn right, turn right. Zachary on your 4 o'clock. 49. 155 for 14. Mirage.
49 tally. Engaging.
51 merged. Keeping busy, 51, 49 joining the fight now. You hear visual, 51?
Missile away. He splashed himself into the water.
Exactly.
49 egressing
Okay,
north.
new target 51 and 49. 257 for 15. Cost. F-18. 4,000 meters. 7 kilometers now. He's at 4,000 meters still. About to merge.
Missile away.
Touch to splash.
Splash.
Another target. Intercept course 265 for 20. F-18 running away from Strelats and Hooks.
has low fuel. I'm going to RTB, I think, to catch him. Or I'm really close to him.
49, 3R73.
We will not say for you, SU-25 guys. SU-25, 072 and Striker 11, what's your fuel state?
He was 3,000.
We got no cap, no fighters to support you, go north. 012. They just gonna kill you. Go north.
They killed a lot of stuff in Cajun. I'm RTBing to have a diary to save the airframe.
Fuck's sake. Make authorities. This is the problem. Our plan works really well for the nuking part, but sucks for the start because we're not really fighting on equal terms here.
033 440. David Bull, you got to protect our froggies. 15A or 40. There is F-15 coming from there behind.
We claimed a couple fighters at least. I don't know how many lost though.
SU-25, flying high. There is a coup on that island. We need a coup to engage the F-15 that is chasing you.
Airport should be over there somewhere.
David Bull, intercept course for F-15, 173 440.
This is the issue with the MiG-29. It's a really good aircraft, but you have 2 medium-range missiles, 4 short-range missiles, and very little fuel. The fuel's not as bad as people say, but if you're in like an extended dogfight where you're hogging the burner a lot, it runs out quick. Same problem the F-16 has. Like, it has a reasonably good range, but as soon as you start actually fighting, you can chop that to pieces. I just want those fucking hawks down so I can grab my 21. Once I'm in the 21, I'm in my element. I know what I'm doing. I got a plan. It's pretty solid. But there's the airbase. Until then, up until about making missions with 27s, I don't know. Actually, I mean, there's the Marianas one that has J11s and Su-33s, which are kind of close.
You got coup count then.
But that's the only one I think that has them. Ken Gooding carrying the team. I can't carry people that aren't on comms and fly straight into the enemy, my dude. And we've also had technical issues. Seal had to abort a takeoff because he had tail damage. And Matt had an issue as well. I don't think he made his takeoff run because he was very heavily loaded.
3,000 meters. Maybe turn around.
I wouldn't be surprised about the 90% single player thing. Like, I'd be more surprised if it wasn't.
You're set to turn around.
Doesn't mean they should neglect multiplayer, but I would not be at all surprised if most DCS players have never even opened the multiplayer browser.
107. 134. In front of you.
Now, I personally can't understand that because of how terrible the AI is, but like I said, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Flash. Davey, confirm flash. New target. Davey, new target 161 for 19, F-15. 4,000 meters.
It's ambitious.
Radom uniforms. output head north.
Copy.
And keep yourself high.
Someone on the runway.
1500 килограмм.
Davey, 127 for 18. F-15 call, 4,000 meters.
Other 29 at Habadario on the runway, stay on the edge.
Davey, don't chase him. He's dragging you. Davey, hit 053. Davey, orbit the southern coast of that island you see in front of you. There's a book there.
Is the parachute like invisible on the MiG-29 now or something? I don't see it, but I think it deployed, because as soon as I hit the key, the nose dipped. Oh no, there it is. I see it. Just didn't shop on a mirror for some reason.
Just need to form up at least 4 fighters to send those froggies down.
I do apologise, guys. I probably won't be keeping up with chat very well today,
2 flights.
just because of the nature of the mission.
For 30. Mirage. 2,000 meters.
They're gonna yell at me because the engines haven't finished spooling down yet. Fucking hate that you can't hot rearm these.
Radon, if you can hear me, 178 for 30. 2 Mirages. 1,000 meters. Davey, one is at 4,000 meters, one is at 1,000.
Isn't that 14?
Davey, head north, they're dragging you. First Mirage, pop up.
I don't know what they've done to the afterburner sounds on the Tomcat, but they sound really tinny.
On the deck.
Like, the engine sounds are good, but as soon as you get behind it, the afterburner sound is really
Traffic.
just too much reverb. Sounds weird.
Ah, damn it.
Yeah, the Tomcat's on red. It's a F-14A. No Phoenixes. No AIM-120s for blue. Not that they need them. Fuck, it'd be nice if we had at least, like, one Tomcat's worth of Phoenixes, though.
Tractor, you on comms?
Am I fully rearmed? No, I'm not.
Flynex, you on comms?
Laser Blue have 16, but they're not unlocked yet. 18s doing Seed and Mirages, and I think 2 F-15s. The Mirages are the main threat. Come on, come on. Rearm me faster, please. There we go. Is Pom when you need him? Still down doing Navy things.
Flynex.
Still at A school.
For 20.
Although Pom would be more likely to be flying blue, and the last thing we need is more blue players. We were kind of not sure if they'd be able to get enough players to fill their team, but they did very quickly. Very, very quickly.
guys not on the service, right? Maybe force them to open.
Yeah, he's kicking these people don't go. Fly next on your 3 o'clock. Keep turning right.
How about
I think Pommel like the 23, probably not.
Yeah, they're shooting the mirror guy. He just died.
Hey Steve.
Fly next, confirm kill.
Yeah, he's dead, I see him. Spotted.
Okay, fly next, go south. All fighters, go south.
Yeah,
Crossfoot,
that is true.
Keep doing the right circle. There is F-15 south from the
I'm gonna start taxiing now.
Check.
Loud and clear.
Check.
Tractor, fly 180.
F-14 have a area takeoff. Big 29, casual takeoff.
What's your fuel state? Promise.
I do, but I don't want to risk snagging a bush, and also I don't want to risk somebody else pulling onto the taxiway. This is not a mission to be fucking around. Especially with it going as poorly as it currently is.
We have enough fighters now. We're gonna send you south. Turn south, both of
I
you.
think Seal might be the other end of the runway.
180 for the south. Fly next. Priority target 162 for 35. F-15.
Holy shit, it's fucking chaos. 29's going every direction.
69. Turn 130 for 40. Flying, if you can turn to 127 for 25.
Yeah, you and me both.
16 in the path of the froggy.
Magic Diamond 2-4, F-14 from Howard area checking in.
Radon, for God's sake, you're firing a froggy. Froggy is the chair. And break.
It looks a lot better on camera than it does in person, trust me. It's really fucking
Okay,
scruffy.
you are safe on the missile. Another in 7 on you from a friendly. Dumbass. Just check.
Fuck! Missile!
Okay, Striker, you dodged another one.
No,
Blue!
Fly next. Turn 55 for 8. F-16. He's at 2,000 meters. On your 10.
no, I'm using a Thrustmaster Warthog. I used to have an X-52 Pro many years ago, but
Another target
it broke,
165 for 14.
and that's why I got the Warthog.
So fly next. That F-16 is on your 3 o'clock. Do the right turn. There is also friendly nearby. Fly next. 19048 F-15. 2,000 meters. in front of you.
APOC 49, tally 2 chasing friendly off my nose.
Striker and 072, proceed to Kasab.
Fucking lost him.
This time is good organic to attack. 51 and 49, proceed south. Lining break, on your on. In front of you for 12, F-15, on the deck.
49 engaging.
49 in front of you, F-15 on the deck, flanking. Strikers, turn north.
Copy, turning north.
Shit. It's not gonna reach him.
You got me?
51, no visual.
.49 disengaging.
130 for 20.
This guy's dragging me.
Yeah, he's dragging you F-16 on in your direction. Crash that, 169. 51, 145. 3 ships, 15.
Keep our speed up and get the fuck out of here.
Magic Diamond 24, Fox here now on Fox 1 on Bandit 15. Clicks.
072, you're alone now. Another froggy got shot down.
Apok, 12 o'clock. Clear.
Clear.
I think we just got bailed out by a friendly there.
Diamond in front of you, you have a friendly enemy rush. 072 in front of you, enemy.
Recommitting. 049 recommit.
69, continue on that direction. There is a bogey 25 kilometers in front of you, also friendly.
Fox 2,
51 merge on your 2 o'clock, on your right side.
Holy shit! I can't check who that was, but thank
Here
you.
is some dollary doodles to buy some sausages to stuff up your ass when you go to Germany with Anthony.
Cheers, I could probably guess who that was. Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Attack the south. I see you go north. Get south, get south.
49 missile away.
072,
Shit.
get south.
I got baited.
We have three
And my
friendly
73 dived on a flare.
south. Get south.
I am not good at this.
For 12. Mirrors on the deck. 214. Marduk in front of you. Mirrors on the deck. And a friendly.
Request rearming.
It's active, so please kill him. 69 in front of you on the deck.
On the vertical panel, do you have to pull the handle out to unlock it? You don't have to. You can, but you can just push it through the detent as well. Hey, Altabar. You see the new... Yeah, I saw that. I'm, to be honest, not impressed. It looks like the kind of thing that would fall off a desk very easily. To be honest, a lot of the civilian market peripherals are nowhere near the standard of quality that the combat flight sim oriented ones are. And the prices are the same, if not more.
164 for 15 mirrors.
I'm glad you enjoy it.
On the deck, chasing the froggy. 69 if you can watch. 072, break and pass and play. We lost the
Did
froggy.
I not get an engine started? Apparently not. Fucking stressing out like crazy.
69, 142 for 8. On the deck, Mirage. Marduk, 1, 2, 3 for 10. On the deck. 4.
I don't know if we're even going to be able to kill the SAMs at this rate. And if we can't kill the SAMs, we don't get nukes. On the plus side, if we fail to even get our nuke 21s, that means that the, well, I did link it in the briefing channel, so more people know the flight paths, but whatever. We could always recycle it or shift some flight paths around. Plane is it? MiG-29A. Whoever's in the Su-25 at Havadaria, I'll let you ahead of me. Go ahead of me. Oh, please no hot takes today, Gilson. The takes are hot enough in-game as it is.
F-18 attacking yacht with cars.
No, it can't. It uses the same screen, but it can't. Just because the switch is there doesn't mean it actually has a use in the 29. It's not wired to do that. It's kind of like the Hind, where it uses the same ADI as various other aircraft, but half the features on it don't work because there's just no point to them on the Hind. The other thing with licensed sticks and yokes and stuff is just the fact they're licensed is going to make them that much more expensive. The moment you license anything, you just add to the price, basically. I just think it's worth pulling the Hind at this point to get more people in the air, but I don't know if we have the slots for more fighters. We probably do, but for Tomcats. Yeah, that's true enough, Kang. That is true enough.
One taking active Havadaria.
Head 083 and circle around the island in front of you.
Just as soon as we get these nukes done, the stress will go away. Or it should go away. As soon as the SAMs are gone, and I get my nukes, I will be very happy. Because at that point, I don't really care what happens to the rest of the mission. I have my job, I'm gonna do it.
That's sad. I see visually somehow two fighters going into me from Kasab. Low.
There is F-15 and a Mirage coming to you, but they are friendly, taking off north. So stick to the plan, get 55 degrees and orbit around the island. Avian 49, intercept port 170 or 65.
Tally. I wonder if they're using all of their aircraft as fighters to stop us from hitting their SAMs, because if they do that, they basically win the mission by default. Or, well, they draw it, right? That might be their play. It's a clever play, because if you tally up their attack aircraft and their fighters, they outnumber us. Even if we had full, like, even if all our fighter slots are full. So that would not be a bad play. If I was them, I'd be thinking about the same thing. It's going to make it extremely hard for us to actually get some missiles through to a sub. I almost wonder if it'd be worth trying to sneak something in low level and just strafe the fucking tracking radars, but there's that many Avengers there, it's not really viable. Jam is on as well.
In Davy, you have Zastic at 169 for 37, 2,000 meters. But 51, turn 204 for 35,
Jammer.
2,000 meters.
Might be the Sushka.
Okay guys, there is 3 of you and 1 of him.
49 pressing.
69, turn 135 for 30, 2,000 meters. Spot. Striker 1-1, I suggest you either fly low or fly really high to the
Covered.
Fucking flares.
Okay, you killed Zachary like that.
Make sure.
49 and Davy Boo. Target 180 for 30 Mirage. On the deck. 51. 183 for 27. On the deck. Okay, we got...
No, it was an F-15, it was Zach.
Magic Diamond 4, only critical from Howard area. Buddy.
49 pressing.
Mustang 1-1, ISS, please. Davy Boo, 175, 12, 49 steam, on the deck.
Tally. I think he's dragging.
Yep.
I'm gonna break off.
He's running.
Okay, on fuel.
Davy Boo, 49, break off, he's dragging him to 3 flight.
49 breaking off. 49 is 127, 173. Fuel 3000.
Okay, we have to press south now because our progress are coming in. Maybe who has 49, turn south. 51, 192 for 15. 5,000 meters. Mustang 11, 167 for 25. 5,000 meters. 69, 167 for 29. On the deck. 49, 143 for 20 on the
Tally.
deck.
Fox 1. He foxed at someone, he will be dead soon.
Check your 9 o'clock F-15 flying parallel to you. In front of you.
Flash.
Baby. 200 for 10.
51
Okay.
down.
49, 1578.
Tally. It's called.
69,
Fox.
160.
Wait, that was much closer.
Deck.
Maybe not.
Striker 11, do you have a radar signature?
I do not.
Okay, clock up on the map now.
DCS, this is Eclipse at Bandai Desk. Do you have any enemy fighters in the area?
I'm dead.
072, proceed south. To target.
Yeah. I defended way too late.
You're headed south too much.
Fucking stressful trying to do this shit in such a tight space. It's basically a knife fight. Gun SRS.
Yeah, 111, provide half in your zone. 69 same. Output engaging box. Box are marked on SMS. Line X. Your com. 69. 217 for 27. F-16. 5,000 meters. Davey, in front of you. 170 for 15. Mirage. On the deck. 69. Target is 6 kilometers. 8.
Everyone, F-14.
Magic Dive 124, Boogie Dope.
Mustang 11, you on com? Diamond 24. 206 for 30. 6,000 meters.
Magic 64, Crips. Boogie Dope.
Striker 11, you're alone now. Fire what you have and run.
Copy, I'm out.
Please, please hit them. Please hit.
Magic Dive 124, repeat altitude of Bandit.
Bandit is 6,600 meters. 69. Turn 335 for 9.
Repeat.
69. On your 1 o'clock. 7,000 meters. Call. For 5 kilometers. You should see him. Diamond 2-4, there is a friendly behind the enemy. Target is 7,000 meters.
No eyes.
69, you see him? You're right behind it.
I see missile launch. Magic Dive 124, shooting at friend enemy wiper. Splash enemy wiper.
Great.
Dive 124, Extending.
Vipers already?
Diamond
No?
24, 137 for
Fucking
35.
hell, that was quick.
2,000 meters.
137, copy.
copy. 69, you got missiles left.
Aper, 27 and 73.
Jet 113 for 30.
113 for 30, copy.
Flynex, you on comms?
Yes.
Fly faster. There is a frog in front of you. And F-15 187 for 34. 3,000 meters. 072. Make a left turn. Make a left turn. Make a circle.
Magic Diamond 2 for rear engaging banding 137 for 30.
I think I left myself enough runway. I hope I left myself enough runway.
Flynex, target 173 for 20. Flynex, there is a very froggy in front of you.
I've got spiked by friend. Fuck.
072, continue on south to your target. There is a friendly F-14 behind you. I hope to God he doesn't shoot you.
It's reassuring.
One Hawk
Right, 1-1, you are clear.
Fuck, 3 hours.
153 for 18.
I don't know if we're gonna have time to fly both strikes.
GCI Crips, bogeyed up, bandage ask, please.
Two hours? Oh shit, because he shortened the fucking mission. He hasn't changed the fucking script.
69, 168 for 14.
I think this might end in draw, maybe. Like,
145 for
we might not even be able to get the nukes in.
Flynex, 185 for 30.
Yeah, we need about an hour.
Target is on the deck. 69, target.
It always had countermeasures.
51,
Pretty sure.
122 for 16. Help for friendly. Too late. 072, enemy doesn't see you. They're flying fast, so take one you can. 51, target in front of you for 10 kilometers. 1,000 meters off you. 072. Shoot if you can. Like a 1-1, what are you doing?
Just holding here.
Don't hold. Go north. You can weapon?
Yep, 158 left.
Then go south. Go south, go south.
Hey, Block, check chat.
$51 in front of you, 162 for 5.
Copy that, visual.
There is also Frogfoot flying parallel to you on your left.
He's
Okay, we picked
tunnel
up another
visioned on
Frog.
our sector of the map, I think. Which is understandable, this is where the action's happening.
072 Magnum. Turning south.
Marks on map. Hawk is right next to the airfield. 072, I suggest you run off. 051, you will run into air defense and run off. Or it's shooting down. Ah, damn it.
49 splash one. Fucking finally.
That 58 didn't kill the Hawk. 072, can you turn around and try to shoot him again?
Copy, I'm gonna make some missiles first.
No, I didn't want to use 13, because 13's fucking obvious. Everyone knows I use 13. The intention isn't to use a cool TAC number, the intention is to confuse them as to which 21 has the bomb. If we get bombs at this point.
Viper 1, 2, same. Get south. Wait.
shit, we just lost Crisps. Probably because he's getting frustrated, which, you know, it's fair.
072, F-15 is turning towards you. Fire your missile.
This is a lot more hectic than the last run, but they're also a lot better organized on blue than the last run. Last time was just whatever people we could pull down from 104 TeamSpeak, and this time we've got all their regulars on.
I don't think we're going to win the first mission.
Maybe we kill one of us.
Ramming.
We need to kill another. 072, behind you. Striker 1-1, if we got anti-radiation missiles, people get out. Get to the south. We want to make it out.
Girl, 070 going down.
Yep, Mark was right, there's nothing radiating down here.
Yeah, you are 25 kilometers out from the fog. And something tells me that's the distance that out and put for a trigger. It won't turn on unless you are closer.
Okay,
Striker 1-1, try getting south.
Cover.
He will turn on eventually. The fighter tower is approaching.
Yeah,
I think we
Maybe
can
it's a
try
new reaction. When you're 11 o'clock.
all of the LSK pilots could speak Russian anyway, because they would actually speak in Russian to their air traffic controllers for ease of coordination. Quite a few like old training films and stuff where you can hear them talking to each other in very, very amusingly German accented
I hope
Russian.
you're shooting at the enemy. Right here, 1-1, heading.
Fuck me.
We lost the body. Problem is their defenses are concentrated at one place. Ours are a bunch of places. Davey, head north. Nothing to protect there. You'll get shot down by a regiment. You'll just wait fulcrum. Head north. There is a friendly also there, so don't worry. Just run north.
Yeah,
Viper 1-2, disengage, head north.
come towards me, Davey. If you got someone behind you, let me know. I'll turn around and pop him.
Okay, no, the guy you were chasing is still headed south. He's still running.
Taking off from Cashman.
What he said about their shit all being concentrated, all of the objectives we have to kill, all of them, are in that area. So we have to push our Sushkas close to that to get them. So all they have to do is just mount constant Kapilov facade, and we can't get anywhere near it.
guys asked for the GCI at Jask and then they left because no one answered them.
So unless we had more planes to throw at them...
Never got calls from GCI back, so they quit.
Viper 1-2, 172 for 13 spot on the deck.
We really need more than one GCI for this mission. I know, right? And he gave them fucking centrifuge cluster bombs because last time they couldn't kill the Scuds. The reason they couldn't kill the Scuds last time is because they fired their Mavericks at the Scuds and then got torn up by Shilkers. Like, Alpin compensates for bad choices on the part of the losing team or the team that doesn't... It wasn't a wide thing. It was a close run. They nearly actually tied the mission. So it wasn't a big loss. But he compensates for that by changing the mission significantly. Sometimes in favor of red, sometimes in favor of blue, but it's not really what I would be doing, put it that way.
I suggest you use afterburner. But considering there's a fulcrum, I guess no.
Respect evaded.
49, you need to help for Bradley. 168 for 35.
16835. One of them's locking me. What's the altitude?
Check.
Tally 2.
Yeah,
Tally 3.
Davey, you got me? Okay, Davey, turn south. 185 for 20. Deck.
I don't like this at all.
51 and 69. Here's 162.
162.
Yeah, I'm getting pressed by 2. 49 being pressed by 2.
Right or left?
I'm gonna take left. Committing.
Yeah, I got right.
Davey, 49, there are two friendlies behind you.
Missile out.
Missile.
Fox, flash mirror.
.49 egressing north.
Davey is dragging you to a Mirage. Mirage is on your 1 o'clock.
I can recommit where?
2,000 meters clock.
Missile you, evade. You launch. I'm questioning him.
Davey, Mirage is on your 6. 51. Help for friendly, 16018. Deck.
Yeah, perfect.
49 in front of you on the deck. It's just still Davey.
Which is running now.
49 engaging. These are my last 2 missiles, low fuel as well.
Don't worry, we got 2 friendlies behind you.
He's lagging like shit.
He's running, that missile was shot, 49.
Yeah,
49, if you're all still disengaged, 2 friendlies.
disengaging.
Who's launching? Friendly or foul?
51 disengaging. It says that merged though.
51 on your 10 o'clock. Enemy.
Yeah, he's going.
59 in front of you on the deck. Come on guys,
Oh, I see.
69, 11 o'clock. Deck. About to merge.
Fuck me.
Okay, someone grab 14. Jump. 69 on tally.
69, 8 o'clock. 51, 146 for 10.
November, yes, I'm just taking runway.
51 in front of you. On the deck for 10. Hold.
Jesus, no wonder.
51, better disengage. It is dragging you. Get north. Get north, 51. Diamond 2-4. Get north also.
Magic Diamond 2-4, repeat.
Diamond 2-4, get north.
Very long fuel.
Diamond 2-4, new target. 274 for
Really hard.
60. That's the intercept force.
274.
51. 279 for 50.
I'm working on it, radar. I think we may as well give up on the battle plan. It's not going to happen. We don't have time. Like, even if we got the SAMs now, we don't have time. It's frustrating. The whole thing was contingent on killing their SAMs at Kasab quickly, and we just couldn't because we didn't even have players slotted up and they already had planes in the air.
272
And this is why it should have been passworded. Like, we had people who weren't on comms jumping in MiGs and flying alone into the entire enemy team. Like, it just fucked up the whole thing.
Diamond 24, I'm gonna redirect you. Get
Under a bus, but I can land there if I have to.
187.
Good ideas over there.
Mirage. 51. Your target popped up. 280 for 20. Thanks.
Who the fuck was that in the 29?
Diamond, turn 164, 8 kilometers. Target is at
Negative, leave.
Diamond, that Mirage is
Where
now
airbase? Should be there, I think. Down there somewhere. Yep, there's the runway.
Just bomb the runway, not the parking.
Yeah.
Sorry, but Joshua, I can't see anything in VR.
B1 will bomb the hangars, and I think when that happens, the airfield's no longer usable. Like, it'll revert to neutral. I think, I don't know. So we need to intercept it.
51, turn 144. Immediately. 51, don't chase that F-16. Turn 160. Mirage, back. 5 kilometers. On your 1 o'clock, 51.
I'm not in a position to do it myself.
About
Not at the moment.
Yeah. Maybe in front of you is Buckaroo in F-16. 13 kilometers on the deck.
That's reassuring. Sam's going out from our fucking air base as I'm trying to land at it.
Oh shit.
Maybe
7 to strike.
maybe get 180 for 20. Conquer running. Deck. 072, turn 115.
There, let's see.
Dying. Maybe I lost Conquer, but there is new target 162 for 20 hot. Mirage, 2000 meters.
Kelly, what you heading?
Maybe 165 for 18.
Oh, shooting.
2000 hot. He's defending.
Squash.
Let's get.
Calm stick.
Loud and clear.
Maybe get 073 and orbit island.
Guess I just felt that it wasn't necessary or something. I don't know. Also, their HUDs developed along kind of a different path.
69 has
A lot of the earlier ones were kind of half HUD, half gun sight. I mean, to be fair, a lot of the early American ones were as well, but the way they represented that information was quite radically different.
69, new target. 16724. Hot. Deck. Davy. New target. 18525. Deck.
Copy. I'm down to heaters.
Request refueling. 69, the target in front of you is trying to attack David, so you are clear to attack him.
Is he gonna make it?
You can do a sneak attack if you want.
Fox.
David, 205 for 14. Next.
Oh, what am I doing? Unit. They have so many JTACs.
69 engaging.
I don't think...
69.
Okay, well, the Diamond guys will be Marduk certainly will be, Fox will be. I don't think most of our 14s are even on comms.
David, get 130.
And I pretty much guarantee you, yeah, their 18s have been acting as fighters, which is the thing. Alpin puts aircraft into a mission thinking, oh, it's a strike aircraft, they'll use it to do strike. No, they won't.
147.
Like, anyone who has any intention of winning the mission will immediately go, hey, if we pull our strike aircraft and use them as fighters, we'll have more fighters than they do.
69 and David get 180.
And that's, I mean, it's one thing with other aircraft like the Viggen or whatever, but when it's fucking F-18s and F-16s and he thinks they're gonna be bombers, like, no, dude, no, they're fucking not. Ain't nobody fucking dropping bombs in an F-18 right now. One of them was, because they took out the air defenses at Jask and at Keshem, but the majority of them are actually fighting.
David and 69. Nearest target is nearest front of the
Yeah, but he won't do that, because then people will complain. Like, oh, how am I supposed to defend myself? You know, like... What he should have done, since the target for Red is so concentrated in one valley, the Hawk sites we have to kill are within, like, 2 kilometers of each other. Because we have to all fly to the same point to hit our targets, he should have either given us more aircraft at the start of the mission, and then, you know, blue unlock more as the mission goes on, or something like that. Like, them having more aircraft than us at the start of the mission, and their targets are more dispersed, so they can send guys off to hit the edge targets, like the side targets, like Jask or whatever, while we're desperately trying to force a breach through at Kasab to push our aircraft through. Like, the first mission it was fine, because we were mostly fighting unprepared players who didn't have a strategy. These guys have a strategy, and they're more prepared than we expected. We have a really great plan, but the whole plan was contingent on this engagement being over quickly and us hitting those Hawk sites. Like, as soon as those Hawk sites were done, the rest of the mission was set. Yeah, he is GCIing. Alpin's on blue as well, so they've got 2 GCIs at the moment. Poor Apox running around with his hair on fire. Okay, it should be good to go. It's not going at the moment, Redsea. I haven't had any time to work on it. I do still want to do it, I just haven't had the opportunity to get it done. Because he won't. Because he doesn't understand that they're going to use it as a fighter, and if he does restrict it, people are going to complain, oh, I can't defend myself. Like, this is the thing. We barely won the last mission because Blue, honestly, I don't want to offend anyone, Blue honestly did not fucking know how to use their own planes. Like, they used their admittedly they only had 2 Mavericks per F-16 because Alpin fucked up, but 2 Mavericks from 2 F-16s, 4 Mavericks, that would have killed all our Shilkers, and they could have strafed the Scuds, we wouldn't have been able to stop them. But they didn't. They used the Mavs on the Scuds and then got shot down by the Shilkers. Like, it was so close last mission, and it was only because Blue did stuff like that that we got away with it. So Alpin sees, oh, Red won last time, I guess it's too easy for them, better make it better for Blue. So he then gives them fucking centrifuged weapons. And gives them IADs. I mean, we have IADs too, but ours doesn't seem to be helping much, whereas theirs, we have to push the Su-25s within like 20 kilometers of Kasab to get the radars to even go live, and we can't get that close. Like, we just cannot get that close. As it is, the last time this mission ran, our Su-25s were firing from fucking RMAX and they only barely got away with it. Like, last time this mission ran, we killed their Hawks in the first attack, but Boiler had a fucking Sparrow pass over his canopy and miss behind his tail by about 10 meters. And it's only because someone splashed the Eagle that was guiding it right before the missile would have hit Boiler. So we did it by the skin of our teeth.
7-2, Hawk popped up.
And as soon as you take a much more organized blue team, who realize that they can outnumber us if they pull their fighters, and a disorganized red team, which we didn't have last time, everyone was on comms last time. It's just, we threw away the advantage at the start of the mission because we were spending so much time trying to sort out who did what. Like, randoms that weren't even on comms were jumping in airframes that we were trying to reserve for certain people because they knew what they had to do with them. Oh, thank God, please, please, Matryoshka hit, please. If those hit, I'm gonna deslot, even if I'm in the air, because we just don't have time for me to land. And I don't trust some random not to jump in the plane. So if those hit, I'm deslotting. I wouldn't normally do it, but at this point, we need any little bit of help we can get. Oops, I should have looked before I turned onto the runway.
Do we have any defenses around Jeff? Air assets.
We have 4 fighters here.
At Jeff.
0. Diamond 2-4. Here's 1-2-8-4.
And yeah, even if they only have sidewinders, they can still defend themselves far better than our Sushkas can. Like, it's just... Sometimes I think Alpin doesn't really consider the differences in units when he makes these missions. In fact, I'm quite sure he doesn't, to be honest.
So, do you want us to go to Jusk or?
No, there was B1, but he egressed south.
Did the B1 actually hit the airfield?
I have no idea.
Can you check and see if the airfield is still red?
I can click on it.
Okay, good.
Somebody's taking off there. So...
Give them some GC.
He doesn't, Kang. He doesn't. He has a story, and that story is holy as far as Alpin's concerned. He doesn't consider anything outside the story. To the point where our battle plan, at least the nuke portion of it, I'm quite sure would succeed because he probably hasn't changed the mission at all since last time, and he rigidly expects players to follow his story. Which would be, we drop the first nuke on Kasab, or it takes both nukes for us to finally land a hit, because he didn't think I would get it on the first try. And then, you know, he thinks that we try and get the ships and all the other shit before we deal with the second nuke. Like, no, the way I envisioned it, the 2 strikes would either happen simultaneously, or immediately one following the other. I'm not gonna fuck about trying to kill ships when we could be dropping nukes.
Red 16, 177 for 44. 3,000 meters.
I kind of don't want to reveal the grand scheme in case he runs this mission again. I don't want to have to draw up a new one, but at this point I did post it in the TeamSpeak chat, so people will know about it. I don't know. I was quite proud of it, though. So I'm really bummed I'm not going to get to show you guys it in action today. I was really, really keen to see the look on Alpin's face when he saw it in action. Because, man, I had it timed down to the fucking second.
I mean, kind of safe.
My battle plan, Saber. .49 contact, drop 20 kilometers my nose. Further contact 40 kilometers my nose.
49 on your nose, 166, 35, 2 bogey, erosion F-15. One is
Tally
on the
one.
deck, other is on top. 51, 184 for 16. 4,000. Diamond 2-4, 192 for 15.
I feel like I'm gonna get belly stabbed here.
4,000.
Yeah, I know, Saber. I know.
We're defensive at the moment.
The annoying thing is, though, the only weak part of the plan is this initial part. The rest of it was fucking bulletproof.
One on the deck, another one at 3,000 meters.
51 attacking, one on the deck.
3-0. 51 marks.
Magic Diamond 2-4, go bogey dope. We are re-engaging.
49 missile away times 2.
We'll kill 51.
There's still one more, right?
Yeah. 51 on your being engaged.
49 missile away. Splash.
We lost one of ours. Okay, press south.
07 needs help us coming back with one wing.
49 defending missile on me.
I see no bogey.
I had radar warning for a moment.
Probably a service.
I get launch shot, I think. Press F.
All fighters over the sea, head south. We have Crocus inbound.
No more 29 Satkajam.
Fuck. We're running out of aircraft.
Diamond 2-4, 200 for 40. Red 16, 200 for 40.
49 tally 3 ship. My nose 190.
Yes. Closest 2 are Mirages and the furthest one is F-15.
I'm down to heaters only.
Great. Diamond 2-4, yes, 210.
49 circling around. I'm not charging them, I'm baiting them.
Yes, I am. We are down to heaters. We are recommitting right now.
Striker 1-1, I suggest you cannot.
The fuck?
Uzi 1-1, you have at your 7 o'clock at 16. 7,000 meters.
Oh, he must be over Kesham. 49 tally contact over Kesham.
Packer doing the runway attack on Kesham.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the guys to my south, but just in case anyone's there. Have I got support here? I'm recommitting. Defending.
Hashim dead.
Fuck's sake.
We run out of 29 anyway.
For 10 kilometers you have F-15 and a Mirage.
Cheeky copy. Well, is it here?
Striker, get out. Now is the time. Put it there.
49 defending.
Cheeky F-18 popped out 3155 kilometers.
Red 16, 206.
I know.
18.
I don't have a choice, dude.
1,000
We either press or we lose.
Cheeky copy, is it high? Cheeky 1 o'clock high, 5,000. On your nose high, on. 1. Cheeky merged, he's above you. Go on your 6, he's shot.
49, let me know when I can recommit.
One in front of you. 1,000 meters out of you. 49 and Red 16, I suggest you head south. Striker 1-1, you have Mirage in front of you for 8 kilometers.
Striker defended.
Guys, they dragged you north and we lost Froggy. Okay,
Shit.
here's that F-16 that won't runway. 49, turn 300 for 10. Diamond 2-4, 300 for 15.
Under 07 to Mayday, it's 25 landing without the boundary.
Red 16, 248 for 14. Repeat, who has no wings?
072 landing with no wing. At Phantom.
I'm dead. Yep. There's nothing I can do there. We're not going to win this one. We might tie it out, but we're not going to win it. At this point, like, even if we hit the Hawks, we just don't have time. Frustrating.
Request rearming. Copy. Diamond.
Magic Diamond 2-4, we are unable to hold the fuel out of
You had 030 for Banderabad. Get on airbase, get inside.
unable out of fuel, Winchester.
Diamond, get mirrors on you, 128 for 10.
Roger, nothing we can do about it. We're just gliding.
Red 16, if you can help the Diamond 2-4, get 180 for 14, mirrors.
GCI, point up, Red 16.
Red 16, get 214 for 15, mirrors. Back.
A bunch of people sitting in a spectator. So we got... They unlocked the F-16s really fucking quick. Really quick, so... The IAD, the fucking IADS
I don't think
wasn't helping us. It was working against us.
Guys. He fucked us with this stupid mission because we just can't kill SAMs, meaning we have 4 less airframes because we don't have MiG-21s. So they have better fighters and they outnumber us at least 2-1.
Yep.
Now problem is they attacked all the targets at once.
Well, no, that's because they outnumber us.
It is impossible for us to kill that SAM because it's turning off by some script. I don't think it's even EADS or Skynet, it's just some script, it's just turning off.
I wonder if...
There's a trigger zone for the range, let's say 25 miles. You go in, it turns on. You go out,
I wonder if they're actually able to control it.
Thing is, until we kill that SAM, our MiG-21 slots are locked and we are just basically outnumbered, whatever we do. Yes?
do our Su-25Ts have anti-radiation missiles?
No, they go down. We have only 2 Su-25Ts. They can launch 4 missiles at once, and that even if they will...
We also have 58. Down to
Oh, we're out of R-58s as well. Fuck me.
Within the fucking range of the
Yeah, he kind of fucked us.
Also, trying to get this one wing at the 25 back home was pointless because I can't repair it.
You don't need to repair it, just go to spectators.
I'm at Phantom.
I did forget to start an engine. God damn.
If it's standing constellation, we lost yesterday the Mariana mission in like 20 minutes. It was even worse than this.
We won't do this mission. We can't kill these SAMs. Near impossible if they keep fighters there.
Yeah, probably their entire defenses are concentrated at one place.
Yes, exactly. All they have to do... All they have to do is maintain a cap over Hassab. That's literally all they have to do. They have more aircraft than us, so it's easy for them to do it. Like,
And better aircraft.
yeah, this worked...
Down to 3 Fantasmagoria.
This worked for us when they were disorganized and we had more players, but when they outnumber us and they're organized, we can't do it. We just don't have the aircraft for it. Cut the... What the
We ran out
fuck?
of Phantasmagoria pods.
No, he...
We have 3 left.
Also the car
I'm taking
58s.
right now.
And the car
My God,
58s.
it's open, delusional. Also, we don't have K-58 for a while.
Why would he cut the fucking...
Guys, let's just quit. Fuck that. Wait.
This is exactly what I was saying. He sees one team win the mission and he goes, oh, it must be too easy, and he fucks them for the next run.
Gonna try this shit last time, but I don't.
I wish 25s, you kidding?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I died now, because I
We don't have 29s. Matt, we don't have 29s at casual.
There is no cost no more.
We just outnumbered from the start. We have less capable planes and we are outnumbered from the start because we don't have 421s. Because to get 421s, you need to kill these SAMs. Good luck.
Yeah, Boiler, that's what I was thinking too. That's honestly what I was thinking too, because they deleted our air defense at Hasab right away. After the mission, I'm gonna open up Mission Editor and pull apart a track file to figure out what he's done. Because this is... fucked, honestly. Like, I'm not saying, oh, we should easily walk all over them, but there's a difference between making it challenging and making it fucking impossible, and he's made it fucking impossible. I mean, if the whole purpose of the mission for us is to unlock 20... Why do we even need to unlock the... It's more than half-time, I think. You know what really... You know what really gets me, though? No. You know what really gets me is because of the story, I guess, we don't get 21s until we kill the air defense at Hasab. We don't need to kill the air defense at Hasab for me to nuke it. I can do that with every fucking air defense active. I could do it if they put fucking 10 NASAMs there.
Wait, he's actually fucking... Oh my god, I just realized something. He can just fucking log... Like, he can log the fucking nuke slot on every single MiG-21 except for those at 0. And you allow me other MiG-21 to fucking be available for this sort of mission. Why did he not?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, there are BRB. Oh, that was a short one anyway.
$49,145 for 20 Mirage Bolt deck. That's will be in front of you for 15 on the deck. Small.
Cutting the number of H-58s, like, the rest of it is like, but cutting us to fucking 8 missiles? What the fuck, man? Like, how the fuck are we supposed to achieve our mission with 8 missiles? If we lose one Su-25, that's a quarter of our missiles gone. Like... fuck me, dude. Like, literally, Blue lost by that much last time we ran this mission. Yeah, we nuked them, but they lost by that much. They nearly clawed it back at the end. And so he goes, oh shit, better give them a massive advantage. As if we don't have to deal with that often enough anyway. I don't know what this is, but it's probably going to kill me. So we'll send him a missile in return. Did that already... firing at somebody else? Question mark? Well, we can catch one of these. There's the flare dump. There's the splash. 49 splash one.
Jesus, he always cares about the blue. If he cares about his own brain.
So he's worried that Blue's going to be outnumbered, so he makes it basically impossible for us. Like, that's not how you do that, man. Like, come on.
He basically does not account for organization of either of the teams. Last time they were disorganized, this time they are not.
Like, the thing is, it's... It wouldn't be bad if it was challenging, but it's not challenging, it's fucking impossible. And you shouldn't be balancing a mission around a player count you expect. Like, it just doesn't make sense. And the thing is, he announced this one further ahead of time as well, and didn't password it. Last time, because he announced it at the last second and passworded it, it was, you know... The team balance was pretty obvious ahead of time that red was going to outnumber blue slightly throughout the mission, no matter what. This time, it's like the entire blue appeared at the last second.
It's lack of capability to predict consequences of his own actions. Simply that.
49 bogey don't. Like, I don't... This mission, honestly, I wouldn't even care if we won. I just wanted to fucking nuke things. That's all I'm playing this for, is I wanted to drop atomic bombs on their fucking shit. That's the entire fun of the mission, but...
186 for 27, 2 flights, 2 Mirages on the deck.
Tally one close.
Another one is just 5,000 meters.
Going for the low guy.
Yeah, F-104 is engaged in the high one. Yeah, you got it. He fired.
I saw it. 5:30 will get here first. Splash! Fuck.
49, check in front of you.
Yes, have it. I'm down to heaters.
There is a friendly firing the sparrows.
Very fucking base star 27. Missile out.
Yeah, that's a new target. F-15.
Times 2. Splash.
Work out.
Good job, Rob.
49 egressing north.
Yeah, run off.
I need fuel and missiles. Yeah, I did shoot first, but man, fuck, that thing is so fast. Yeah, see? I thought so.
Yeah, there is nothing to just to defend it.
Yeah, I know. That's alright. Get them next time, maybe. If anyone wants to play the next one after this.
Diamond 2-4.
Radar picture is here. Wait, Diamond 2-4, F-15, 171 for 35.
Yeah. There'll be some more CFD going on, no doubt. Maybe I pushed too much in this mission, but wanted something different. The mission was fine last time he ran it. And I suspect he's going to watch this after, because he watched the last one after. So Alpin, the last mission was fine. Last mission was lost by blue, like I told you on TeamSpeak, because they didn't know what they were doing. They do know what they're doing now, because they got Mike Delta GCIing them, and they've got some of the best players on the server flying for them. Like, you can't balance the mission around the last time somebody played it. Every outcome's going to be different. You don't make one run of the mission and then adjust. You make a couple of runs of the mission and then adjust. Like 4 or 5 repetitions, then you change the mission. Unless it's like really patently imbalanced, which it wasn't. Like, this is the issue. There are so many missions on this server that are... They're really hard for one team to win, so one of them, for instance, for blue is open range. They have to have a couple of really good, organized Vigan pilots for that. And if they don't have that, they won't get it.
I'm not sure that he...
So that's something he probably could adjust. I think he has done it since then. But you don't, like... I don't know why he took away so many of our anti-radiation missiles. I don't know why he decided it was a good idea to make their slots unlock faster. Or, I think he did. Because they had F-16s right from the start, I'm pretty sure. Should I log on? I wouldn't bother at this point, wait for this mission to end. It should be over pretty soon anyway at this rate.
When you're in zone, they turn on the radar. When you leave, they turn off.
Problem is standard tactics, at least on multiplayer servers, people fire and run. And that's the problem, because the radar shuts down.
Should play the new server? I don't know.
The correct tactic
I know he used to play on 104 a lot back in the day.
what would be realistic
I don't know if he plays on Blue Flag. I think he has a couple times, but usually I only see him in here.
to avoid the miss. What happens here is that you need to get in a range to get killed by it for it to turn on, and then it will not give a fuck basically, but you need to leave to not die. Realistic, you would fire the fucking anti-radiation missile, radar shuts down, and you then get it closer to kill it.
In real life,
Yes, Boiler. Yes, that's what he should have done. But he doesn't do that. He plays on one team and says, "Oh, it was too hard for them. Better make it better. You know, better make it balanced." So he adjusts something like massively, makes huge sweeping changes. This is the same thing that Seal got into an argument with him over in close air support a couple, like a month or two ago now. This is why him and Seal were arguing for the better part of an hour over in-game chat, because Seal was telling Alpin, you can't just play the mission once on one team, say, oh shit, this was too hard for us, and then adjust the mission based on that.
the problem is we need to destroy Hawks that are around airfield that non-stop dishes out fighters.
That, and also there are all factor of Avengers around it just for additional
Yeah.
You don't even... Oh, statistics for the missions, not for players, I getcha. Yeah, no, I doubt he keeps... He keeps track of how many times different teams win or lose missions, but I doubt he keeps track of, like, what is going on beyond that. And a lot of the missions which do actually work out balanced, as it were, are the oldest missions on the server, so it's not really a surprise. If I could actually land this thing today, instead of circling around, not bleeding off speed. I don't know why we don't have them at the start, honestly. I really don't. And like I said, the whole thing about having to kill the SAMs is just because Alpin wants us to kill the SAMs. Like, you do not need those SAMs dead to kill that airbase. It's not a factor. It's not even the SAMs that are the issue, it's just how he's concentrated them. They're all at the same airbase, like they're all within about 5 probably less, like 2-3 kilometers of each other. And so all Blue has to do is keep a constant cap over that area, and there's nothing we can do to it. And if we can't kill those SAMs, 3 Hawk sites, with 8 long-range anti-radiation missiles, then we're fucked. We don't get our 21s. If we don't get our 21s, we're outnumbered in the air, and we can't do the nuke objective. If we can't do the nuke objective, then that's the entire purpose of the mission gone. So it's... If he wanted to make sweeping adjustments to the mission, he should have played red first. But sweeping adjustments based on one run of the mission are a really bad idea. Like Seal was saying to him, but he didn't listen. You change one little thing to see how it affects a mission. You don't massively change one team's arsenal because you think, A, the other team's going to have less players based on past experience of one mission. And also, you know, you think it was too hard for them. It wasn't too hard for them last time. It wasn't too hard for them. They certainly could have done better, but they did pretty well for the fact most of them joined the server, like, you know, 5 minutes before the mission started. And what ultimately lost it for them was the things that usually lose missions for Blue players, which is they got so hung up on their fancy precision-guided weapons, they forgot that they could just dive bomb shit. And they also forgot that maybe they should do the A-10 thing and target the air defense with the Mavericks instead of targeting the actual targets that couldn't shoot back. That was what lost them the mission last time. They completed technically every other objective except killing our Scuds. It would have been a draw, basically, because we completed all our objectives and they only failed the Scud objective. And they were actively killing Scud launchers until the end of the mission. Nothing that irks me is for most area objectives, I have to destroy an arbitrary Yeah, so the area objectives are problematic, and I think the way he does them, at least for some of the missions I've seen, is he hides little individual infantrymen in a complex, and so you kill X amount of infantrymen, it considers the objective destroyed. So this is what he's done for the buildings on... fuck, what's the name of it? The new one on Crete. Not Crete, fucking Cyprus. I can't even think straight. The new mission on Cyprus, that's what he's done for the buildings. He's just dispersed infantry among them. Once you kill more than X amount of infantry, it's considered destroyed. For things like the factory on open range, he's actually using the factory itself, I think. But the thing is, like, for instance, going back to open range until the most recent round of changes, you had this massive factory complex, which would take 2 or 3 Vigans to kill, like 2 or 3 coordinated Vigans to kill if they were good with their bombs. Instead, and it's really close to Red's base too, like it's basically right at the end of their runway. Instead, you'd be lucky to have 1 or 2 Vigan pilots coordinating, and they just get torn to shreds. Absolutely torn to shreds. Like, he doesn't consider this. He designs these missions like with a certain story in mind and a certain player count in mind, but he doesn't think about what happens when A, the server's not full, or B, one team stacks or the other does. Like, he doesn't really go through any of that at all, so it's frustrating, because, I mean, it's one thing if the mission, you know, doesn't play well because one team's stacked or the other's stacked or whatever, but when it doesn't play well because the mission maker has made a huge adjustment to it because, oh, I thought that blue might have less players this time, like, the fuck you thought? Like, why did you think that? Did the mission end? Yeah, he just rotated it because there was absolutely no hope of us getting anything done. So I think, on that note, that will do me for that at the moment. Oh well. And see, I'm kind of half expecting that next time he runs that mission, he'll do the absolute opposite thing, and he'll give Red, like, just a walkover. Literally, all he had to do, right? All he had to do was fix some triggers and then change nothing else. I mean, it would have been nice to have the 21s from the start, but if he just left the mission as it... Well, even then we still would have been outnumbered because they had coordinated players on. Because, you know, they could just use their F-18s to shoot us down instead of bomb our shit. But the first run of the mission was fine. I don't know why he felt the need to drastically change it. I would have changed very little to nothing. Because, as it is, we struggled to take out the ships because, you know, the nuke did nothing to them. We very nearly lost all our Scuds because by that point we had pretty much no aircraft left, and the ones we did have left weren't near enough to the Scuds to defend them. And we were unable to defend Keshem and Jask. In fact, the Keshem objective didn't fire because the trigger wasn't working properly, but if you consider that they actually bombed it, it may have actually... No, it wouldn't have worked in our favour because we would have lost the slots anyway, so yeah, like, they probably would have won that mission if that trigger had fired. But, you know, whatever. It is what it is. I'm just frustrated I didn't get to actually, you know, do the thing I came to the mission to do, which is drop nukes on shit. I had script to be nice for both sides. If anything, like, hear me out. I don't know if I'll even play DCS for the rest of the stream. If anything, I would have given Red the IAD script, and then not given it to Blue. And the reason I say that is because of the concentration of targets. Our shit was scattered all over the place, they couldn't really mutually support very well. And, you know, you have a Hornet carrying 4 harms, and with much better targeting systems, versus a Su-25, 2 Su-25s, 2 2 of the slowest fucking plane in the game. Well, second slowest, maybe. Jets-wise. 2 Su-25s with 2 Par-58Us each. So that's... It takes us our entire arsenal of Su-25s airborne at once to get the same number of missiles as a single fucking Hornet. Like, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be fucking kidding me. It's like... And I know he doesn't have blue modules, but sure... Well, I don't think he does. But surely he must realize, like... We're working with stuff that's fucking 40 years older, at best, than what they have. So maybe giving them more strike aircraft than us, as well as giving us a concentrated target, which is easy to cover for them, maybe that's not the best mission design. Like, just throwing it out there. Because literally all they had to do was mount a competent cap over Keshem, and then... Or not Keshem, Khassab, and there's nothing we can do about it. Because we don't have the number of fighters we need to break through it. Last time we did, this time we don't, right? We do not have the number of fighters necessary to break through that. Especially if they start pulling their strikers to use as fighters. Now, I'm curious if they had the F-16s from the start, or if they just hit our SAMs at Keshem. I think that's what unlocks them so quickly that they unlock them almost immediately. And if that's the case, why were they able to do that if there's supposedly some sort of IADS-esque thing going on? Like, I mean, by the time I took off for my second flight, there was already smoke pools. By the time I RTB'd from my first flight, there were already smoke pools coming up from around Keshem. So, obviously, they had a much easier time taking out our air defense than we did theirs, which is, you know... Yeah, they have a literal point to defend. A literal point to defend. That's it. They had more slots than us at the mission. I mean, we had F-14s, but they were scattered. I don't know if you noticed, we had a bunch of F-14s out at Jask, which is fucking way off the other side of the map. We had a couple clustered around our actual objectives, but what are we going to do with that? You know, like, what are we going to do with that? Even if we had every fighter occupied, they could still outnumber us by just telling their strikers, hey, don't take your harms on this run, grab a couple of Sparrows first, then go back for the harms. Or, you know, I don't know. I don't think we could have won that. Like, if it was something we fucked up, then sure. And I think there was something we fucked up, which was because we had a plan, we probably came into it a bit overconfident in that we didn't account for just how many randoms would be jumping in aircraft and not on comms, or, you know, people who maybe weren't as familiar with said plan as us and probably needed to be given a bit more time to digest it. I don't know if it would have helped. But, the thing is, it took us 5 minutes for people to start slotting up because we had somebody who wasn't on comms, wasn't in TeamSpeak, whatever. We had them leap straight into a slot, which one of our guys was going to take, so that kind of fucked up the whole thing, and then they were trying to hash something out on TeamSpeak, so we wasted a good 5 minutes at the start of the mission. I mean, by the time our Su-25s got airborne, Matt had a takeoff incident, I think he was overloaded. So we had a single Su-25 airborne, they already had a cap established. Like, we just... It wasn't going to work. It wasn't going to happen. So, I don't know. I don't know. If he runs it again, I have this feeling that if he runs it again, he's either not going to change much, or he's going to do the absolute opposite, which is what usually happens, and just swing it massively in Red's direction. I think if he reverted to what it was before, and then maybe adjusted the slots, maybe gave us more fighters. I mean, the thing is, like, yes, everyone only has Sparrows or 530s or whatever, but I don't think it quite sinks in with him. We still have a massive technological disadvantage to work against. We can make it happen sometimes, but, like, we're fighting uphill in FC3 MiG-29s against very well-flown Mirages with people that know how to work that thing, you know, to fucking perfection. F-15s, which are also FC3, but which carry far more missiles than us and have a better radar. F-18s, which have God's own situational awareness. Like, just to, for those of you who haven't actually seen the blue perspective of Alpin's missions, part of the issue is Alpin doesn't know how, or doesn't think he should, turn off shit like Gehemix, or he'll remove it from the pilot by default, but he still allows them to fucking take it from the warehouse because he either doesn't think they'll do it, or he forgets that they can. Like, this is the issue, is Alpin doesn't think like a person playing his server. Alpin thinks like a person designing a mission with a nice story. To fuck with the story, right? Like, none of us give a shit about the story. I'm gonna be brutally honest. None of us give a flying shit about the story. We have certain things that we know will win the mission, we have certain things that we know will lose the mission, we're gonna try and win it. If that goes against what the story, how the story's meant to play out, who gives a fuck? Like, my plan for this was expressly breaking his story because I knew it would work if we could at least get those SAM sites down. Which we couldn't. And this is the thing, he doesn't think like a player. Like, for instance, we had an issue where, this is going back a while now, he left AIM-9Ms, which are all aspect, in the warehouses at the FARPs. Because he thought, oh, that well, only helicopters can take off there and helicopters aren't going to be able to carry AIM-9Ms. Well, no, there were Harriers in that mission, starting from airfields, and the Harriers would fly to the FARP because they knew where it was, because it was on their maps. They would fly to the FARP, they'd land, they'd pick up a full load of AIM-9Ms, and they would have a fucking wonderful time as the only aircraft in the serve with all-aspect heat-seeking missiles. Like, I mean, at one point, Conker was gloating in chat that he could load a nuke because Alpin had not removed the RN-24 or the RN-28 from the road bases. Because he did not stop to think, people know how to land the 21 on a road. Like, anyone who is actually, like, above Hoggett tier competence can land the 21 on a road. It's not difficult. Especially if it's a stretch without lampposts. If it's a stretch with lampposts, it can be a little sketchy. So it didn't occur to him, people will land at the road base and use that to pick up R60Ms, which people did. Or they'll use it to pick up fucking, you know, whatever restricted out-of-ground weapon, which they did. Or AIM-9Ms, which they did. Like, he just doesn't think like an actual PvP player. He thinks more like a campaign designer. And you can't think like that when you're trying to design PvP missions, because the first thing that's going to happen is all of us gamer brains are going to destroy your story straight away and min-max the fuck out of it. You know, some more than others. Like, it's... You can't design a multiplayer mission around a quaint little storyline and not factor in what people are actually going to do with it. Which I think is his biggest downfall with mission making. He has some really fantastic missions, which always play out really well, and then he has some which are... You can tell he's put a lot of effort into them, but they're just miserable. Every time you play them, they're just fucking miserable. Because he has a completely different vision of how that mission's going to play out compared to the players. And every time we take issue with something, it's related to this. I mean, to go back to what I was saying before, this is now a just chatting stream, I guess, but we'll stay in the DCS category since that's what we're chatting about. To go back to the argument he was having with Seal in the first run of close air support, that argument started because Alpin's solution to Blue losing that mission, and Blue didn't lose it by a huge... Like, again, it's not a huge margin they're losing by. I know it's frustrating for them, like, watching Mike Delta's perspective of things, I get it. It's fucking frustrating for them because they don't really have an effective counter to the Hind. However, if they had realized how close to being on the ropes we were on the ground, they could have won it. Like, they really keep coming closer to winning than they actually think they do. And, you know, it's kind of understandable. It's like when I think I'm having a bad stream and I go back and check later and I was actually doing really well, it's... Your perception and the reality are two completely different things. But yeah, the whole argument there was because Alpin saw that Blue were getting frustrated and they were losing tanks left, right, and center to the Hind. So his instant knee-jerk reaction was to give them the Abrams. Which would mean that on the ground we would have no hope because the T-72 just gets eaten alive by the Abrams because combined arms is a fuck. And all it would have done for the air side of things, and this is what Seal was arguing to him, all it would have done for the air side of things was make it take twice as many ATGMs to kill the tanks. We still would have killed them. Like, that's all it would have done. It would have taken twice as many ATGMs to kill the tanks, but then we would have been fucked on the ground. Like, he, just based on the perception, and Alpin was playing on Blue for that one, based on the, I think he was, based on the perception that his team are having a really hard time he will go and change some core part of the mission that completely rat fucks the entire way it plays out, and he won't think twice about it. Which is what he's done here. I mean, the thing with the fucking HAR-58s, that is what does it. That's what does it. Like, the rest of it, yeah, as soon as I realized that they had a bunch of their regulars on, I knew it was going to be difficult. We all knew that it was make or break on that first objective. I didn't expect our air defense to get killed so quickly. And again, I'm going to have to pull apart the mission and look at what he's done, because I'm pretty sure our air defense were just, you know, lighting themselves up like Christmas trees while their Hawks refused to radiate. Absolutely refused to radiate. And again, they have Hornets. The Hornet's not the fastest thing on Earth, but it's not slow. We have a pair of Su-25, like, literally the most vulnerable thing in the mission, you know, except the Hind. We have two of them. We have to, with less aircraft than Blue have, and this is kind of the crux of the issue, with less aircraft than Blue have, we have to clear the airspace around Hassab, completely clear it, long enough for two of the slowest aircraft in the game to get within 40 kilometers, or now, because of the quasi-IADS thing he's done, now like 20 kilometers to get missiles off. And if we lose either one of those jets, that's a quarter of our missiles gone. Like, it just... And reducing the number of those missiles, like, I don't get it. I don't understand. Why would you do that? Like, holy fuck. I would say 20 was probably about enough for what we wanted to do with them, but 20 would be pushing it against a meat grinder like we had today. But 8? 8? The fuck are we going to do with 8 missiles? We lose, say, one wave of Sushkas. 2 Sushkas. That's half our missiles gone. Half of them. I mean, I think we lost Matt to a takeoff accident at the start. I don't know if he was able to despawn safely or if the missiles got wiped out of the warehouse there. It's just... I don't know, dude. I just come to shoot bitches down? Yeah, and he doesn't like that. But I get why he doesn't like it, but at the same time, a lot of the measures that Alpin takes to try and stop Airquake actually make it worse. And he doesn't realize it. Like, a lot of the things that he has done to change missions to prevent Airquake actually make it even more profitable to be that one cheeky guy that sneaks up on people and wipes out half their team in one fell swoop. Like, it's... All you have to do is find a good min-max strategy that works well, and you can break any of Alpin's missions really easily. Really, really easily. I mean, we had that one player who, you know, to their credit, it was a clever strategy, but at the same time it killed the server, and they ended up leaving in a tantrum, from what I gather, because they got called out and asked to stop. But you have to consider, you can do something that's really effective at winning the mission, but it's going to kill the server. And what this guy was doing was flying at like 20 feet tops in the F5, so it's below the range below the altitude the EWRs will even see it. It won't. This one guy, I kept getting killed by him with no call out, not even a merge call out. I just get deleted, and I found out it's because he's basically sliding in the grass in an F5, and then he'd wait for someone to fly over him and then pop up behind them. But the other thing he was doing was using the F5's RWR, which is better than literally anything we have on Red, even on our modern jets. He was using the F5's RWR to pinpoint our search radars, our EWRs, and would snipe them. Just with the guns, just find an EWR, pop it. And so we would be constantly without any EWR coverage, because this one guy was just murder zoning every EWR he saw, because blue RWRs are like the fucking Jesus technology compared to what we have. I mean, with the Su-25 and the SPO-15, you can kind of figure out where an EWR is. Sort of. It takes a bit of guesswork, but you can more or less get pointed the right direction and spot it visually. But the F5's RWR it's like a godsend. It tells you exactly what something is and where it is. It's just amazing. But he doesn't realize this. Like, he does not understand the difference between each team. Red's helicopters are, like, godly compared to Blue's helicopters, so close air support from the start was going to be frustrating for Blue. And I'm pretty sure he knew it was going to be frustrating for Blue, and I think he honestly believed that they offset it with Gazelles. The problem is, A, most people don't have the Gazelle, B, even most people with the Gazelle don't fly it. So, like, what are Blue gonna do against Heinz when their fastest helicopter still can't catch up with it and will blow its engine in the process? Like, it just, I don't know what he thought was gonna happen. Likewise, you know, Red don't really have an effective way of striking targets because our only strike aircraft is the Su-25, which is slow as balls. It's very vulnerable if it's attacked. I mean, they can hold their own in a turn fight, but if you get in a turn fight in a Su-25, you've already jettisoned all your weapons, so you're a mission kill, right? You're a mission kill. Like, but you may as well just steer into the ground for all the good it does. He just doesn't account for that. I mean, that situation will change as more aircraft come to DCS. I'm looking forwards to a particular aircraft, which I think some of us have suspected for a long time might appear, but I don't think it's going to appear anytime soon. But we have a massive shortfall in strike aircraft. They completely outmatch us there, both in aircraft and weapons. The Maverick is like amazing compared to whatever we have to work with. Our only comparable weapons, the Kar-29T, we only get that in like maybe 2-3 missions total, because he started replacing the Su-25Ts with the legacy Su-25s, and they can't carry it. They don't have any TV-guided weapons. The Mavericks fire and forget. You just spot a target, yeet a missile, turn cold. We can't do that. We don't have any missiles that do that, except the Kar-29T. So that's already a huge capability. You've got the Viggen, which has, you know, really good navigation, it's fast, it's reasonably agile. You know, the nav system, even if you don't use the Mavericks, or even if you don't use any of the other shit that it does, high drag bombing with the Viggen is amazing. Like, that alone is more effective than anything we have. So, we're outmatched in strike aircraft. Blue are outmatched in helicopters. On the ground, it depends what unit set he's using. It's either a huge advantage to Blue or kind of even. It depends if there's Abrams or not. And he... Look, for someone that says he doesn't like symmetrical balance and he always tries to make things asymmetrical, and I can tell he's trying to do it, but in certain missions, for somebody that's so keen on asymmetrical balance, the objectives are symmetrical. And the only asymmetry is from the capabilities of each team's aircraft, and that, you know, like, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Matryoshka's gear collapse while taxi. Oh, yeah, because he was so heavily loaded that he probably burst a tire as he turned. Yeah, I've had that happen to me as well. It wasn't just the seed package delayed by 5 minutes, our entire team was delayed by 5 or more minutes. Lacks a proper admin. He does. Yeah, that's the thing. He does lack the ability to just say, look, people are assholes. People are going to intentionally try and game the way I design my missions, so I can't give them an inch because they'll take a mile. That is, and this is the thing as well, this is the kind of argument that I also deploy against people who want modded aircraft in the Cold War server, is it just, you can't, because you're not dealing with, you know, Care Bear Hoggett players who will abide by the rules of the objective, or the rules of the engagement. They'll only do their supposed objectives. If they're told they're supposed to be a seed flight or a CAS flight, that's the only thing they'll do. You can't expect that on Cold War. You put the Skyhawk in the server, there'll be people zipping around in 4 AIM-9 Skyhawks tearing shit up. And then the Skyhawk, because it's a mod, you also can't enforce people having the right version of it. So if you have somebody that happens to have, by accident or purpose, the SFM version of the Skyhawk instead of the EFM version, that thing's a fucking UFO. Like, it is an absolute UFO. And then you have the problem that even though you can enable it so people can join the server if they don't have the mod, you have the issue that they will see it as a Su-27. So you'll have team kills galore from people that don't read the briefing, aren't on comms, and just see a Su-27, and even though there's no Su-27 slots in the server, they'll go, a flanker, it is red, I shoot it, and they'll kill a Skyhawk. Like, it's just... You can't build a multiplayer PvP. PvE you can do it, but you can't build a multiplayer PvP mission around the assumption that people are all good little friendly players, and they will only do what you want them to do. They'll all read the briefing, they'll all be on comms, they'll all stick strictly to the objective their airframe has. Like, you just can't. You have to asshole-proof and idiot-proof your missions. Like, for asshole-proofing, you make sure they can't get weapons they're not supposed to have by physically fucking removing them and not expecting them to, you know, like, the people that play on Cold War are very creative, I can tell you that much. And if I ever do get to show my full battle plan for this mission, you'll... Look, I'm not even the most creative one on the server, but I think Alpin would have had a wake-up call if I'd managed to use it against him. Because he was stunned enough last time, he would fucking hate this time. But, like, you have people doing shit like road basing near enemy air bases because it's the one place they'll never look. A classic red trick we used to use back in the day was we would deploy REWRs behind the enemy EWRs on their end of the map, so they wouldn't fuck with them because they thought they were their own radars. And, you know, their GCI would think it was a hidden one deployed at mission start. That was something we used to do all the time. We would deploy EWRs right next to an enemy airbase so they would leave it the fuck alone, and we would have amazing coverage. We'd know when they took off and landed. So, you can't do multiplayer in this or any game without factoring in what players are actually... I mean, this is why game development studios invest tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars into playtesting. Before any game releases, well, mostly, you have shit tons of people playtesting it, especially if it's a multiplayer game. They're not just looking for bugs, they're trying to figure out what players are going to do and then design the game around what the players are going to do. I mean, even single-player games, you go through Portal with the commentary turned on, and they talk about all the places they had to completely redesign because players got stuck. Or, you know, they'll say that they had to put a really obvious, obnoxious hint somewhere because somehow the majority of their playtesters were just... It's a running joke in the games industry that Valve playtesters are like, you know, it's a wonder they live to adult age. But that's what you've got to design for. That's what you're going to have on the server. That's what you've got to design for. You can't just assume that you're going to have... Alpin designs like he's got this environment, and when you speak to him on, you know, you speak to him about the missions or whatever about the server, he reminisces a lot about the old days of playing on 104th or whatever, or on the old, was it ACG, I think? The old, like, the pre-Cold War server. And it's like, that's all well and good, but that's the past. It doesn't work like that anymore. You've got different players. You know, the more experienced players are going to do what wins anyway. Like, the whole idea of there being some sense of e-honor and people... I try not to actively break his missions, but I'm not going to stick strictly to the objectives either. And I very much follow a policy of if the other team does something to us, then we retaliate. Except we escalate while doing it. Like, not so much an eye for an eye, but an eye for 1.5 eyes is generally my policy to teach them not to do it again. You know, like, he designs like he's making missions for a PvE squadron, like a small group of organized players who all know each other, and they all come home from work at, you know, 6 in the evening, and they fire up DCS for 3 or 4 hours to play a mission with their buddies. They're all on comms, they're all fighting the AI, and it just works. He's designing missions like that's what he has. What he actually has is like this hellish mix of checklist simmers who take all mission before they even get off the ground, people who have come from War Thunder and literally just installed DCS, flying on keyboard and mouse, who are team killing their own units because they don't know the difference, like really hardcore min-maxers who will figure out the holes in his mission design and immediately exploit them, airquakers who he has a particular dislike for, but, you know, what are you going to do? That you're going to attract people that want to kill things. And, you know, even if your mission's supposed to be ground forces focused, you've got to have people killing shit anyway, so I don't get it. Like, you just got such a mix of different playstyles on Cold War, and he doesn't really factor that into anything when he designs these missions. And that's why I think you see, when he edits them, I think that's why you see it bounce so viciously between this team has it easy or that team has it easy, or like he completely just rips the guts out of the mission and puts in something different and is surprised when it doesn't play well. Like, you can't do that. the DCS multiplayer PvP ecosystem, even down to the server level, is a very fragile little ecosystem. You can't just reach in and make a massive change to a mission because one variable was slightly off. Say, like last time, blue were outnumbered. I think for most... At the start, they were badly outnumbered, but I think for most of the mission, they were outnumbered by 1 or 2 players. So it wasn't a big stack. It really wasn't a big stack. But because he figured blue would be outnumbered again this time, even though it wasn't that bad of a stack anyway, he's decided to make it so much harder on red, as if he expects there to be 500 red and 3 blues. We already have less slots. Even if we outnumbered them 10 to 1, what are we going to do with less slots? You know, like, I don't get it. And this mission has potential. Like, it was fun the first time round. I mean, I certainly had fun. I know that was because I got to nuke stuff and because we were winning. But again, blue nearly recovered it. Blue nearly recovered it because they stuck with it and saw it through to the end. Now, in this case, everyone just said flip the mission because it was a stalemate. It was fucking World War I, except instead of trenches, we were all fighting over the fucking Strait of Hormuz. But the first version of the mission was really fun, and I think both teams honestly had fun. Like, the air-to-air guys on blue seemed to be having a good time. The air-to-ground guys, I mean, they were having difficulties, but that was kind of... Again, I don't want to sound all hoity-toity because I wouldn't know how to drop a bomb on a F-16 if you fucking held my hand through the process, but most of their undoing in the air-to-ground arena was them getting so hung up on their precision weapons they didn't stop and think, maybe we should just do it the old-fashioned way. Like, they did it a very inefficient way because I think... I'm gonna... fuck, I'm dropping too many controversial opinions in this stream. I think I've got to space them out, but... The average person who mains modern blue aircraft, so not the F5 guys, because they're even more hardcore than the MiG guys, because they don't have magical bullshit CCIP like we do. But the guys that main F-16s, F-18s, even the Mirage to a degree, they get so caught up in the minutiae of working all these complex systems to get a bomb to go onto a single truck from 30,000 feet, you know, wind corrected and all this fancy shit. And they never actually, like, at any point in that process, stop and think, is there a more effective or efficient way I could be doing this? It's just, like, you see this a lot. It's obvious on places like Hoggett because there's not pressure from PvP to stop them from doing it. On Cold War, it's a little more difficult to do this, but they'll just hang around an objective, playing their little Pac-Man game to get their bomb to land on the mark. And it's like you could have cleared that whole objective 10 minutes ago if you just mav the air defense and gone in fucking dirty with rockets and guns. Like, there's... You don't need... You really don't need to be dropping JDAMs or fucking GPUs on single ammo trucks. You really don't. On air defense, yes, but ammo trucks, no. And like I said, with the Scuds, that's what they did. That's what they did. They had 2 Mavericks per Viper because Alpin fucked up the warehouse, or like, yeah, no, it was the warehousing. It wasn't even the weapon restrictions, I think. So they didn't have their triple ejector racks. And so, with 2 maps per Viper, and the Vipers went in as a 3 ship at the end of the mission, I think. That's 6 maps. We had 4 or 5 Shilkers. The Shilker's not a fast vehicle. It's slow as balls. It's not going to get out the way of a Maverick, right? It just can't. You've seen me die enough times trying to do it. All they had to do was spot the Shilkers, which are not difficult to spot. They're pretty chunky vehicles, and everything else in the area was a Scud. Spot the Shilkers, Maverick the Shilkers, and then just gun run the Scuds. Literally, the Scuds were formed up in, like, parade formation. They could have just flown down the row of them and gunned a lot of them in one pass. And they didn't. Yeah, the Maverick outranges the Shilker. Exactly. Like, they had every bit of setup they needed to complete that final objective and tie the mission, and they just... They got so hung up on the usual blue thing of, oh, well, I'm gonna Maverick the first vehicle I see. Shit, I'm out of Mavericks. What's the problem here? Is it that I used my Mavericks on the wrong target? No, it's that the mission designer fucked up and didn't give us enough. Now, he didn't give them enough, but also they should have used what they had more wisely. Now, that usually applies to us as well. In this case, we didn't really have enough to use wisely to begin with, to be honest, but If I'd realized how rough it was going to be at the start, I probably would have just said fuck it to the Hind and consolidated all our aircraft around the Straits. I would have had everyone hold. See, we couldn't even have everyone hold because fucking one of the 29s took off immediately and flew alone into the entire enemy team. Like, how do you work with that, man? How do you work with that? This is the one mission on the server he probably should password, and he did password it last time. And I think because he had bad turnout to the last run of Tiberius, which happened was it last week or this week? But because of that, he decided, shit, I'll get rid of the password. Like, we were telling him not to password the server for the other missions, but this one, there's nukes involved. Like, you should probably password it. But, you know, and this is the other thing, he looks at bad turnout to Tiberius and thinks, oh, it's because of the password. He doesn't think, oh, it's because red players are getting tired of being, you know, live target practice for people with fucking F-18s with Jehemics turned on because I didn't pull it out the warehouse. You know, most of us on red are masochists. We like an uphill struggle, but there's only a certain amount of uphill that you can put up with. It just gets frustrating after a while. Yeah, Mavs outrange a lot of things. Like, if you use Mavs well, you can take out a lot of stuff. Like, Warp can tell you guys the amount of grief that Mavs cause us. I think it's the 65H in particular. That fucking thing is the bane of red team's existence on the ground. We cannot fucking counter that. There is nothing we have that can do anything about that. The only recourse we have against the 65H is to just kill the A10 before it gets there. That's it. That's all we can do. Thank fucking Christ ED didn't model the Taiwanese F5s that had Maverick capability. Thank Christ they didn't do that. Because you could only imagine if the entire blue team had access to them instead of just the Vigans and the A10s. And again, we don't have a counter. Our ATGM, like the Vicar in particular, is a really good missile, but it's semi-active laser... it's a laser beam rider, actually, sorry. It's a laser beam rider. So you have to be flying into the target. You can't even, like, crank away from it. You have to fly at the target within a certain field of view, or that missile's dead. Like, that's laser beam riding. The Kar-25L and S-25L are both laser homing. The 29T, as I said before, is the only fire and forget weapon we have. Literally it. Except for the the anti-radiation missiles, our harm equivalent, the 58U, and then the, I guess you call it a Shrike equivalent, the 25 MP and MPU. That's it. We have one fire and forget weapon, which we don't have in most missions. And blue have them in almost every mission. And again, it wouldn't be a problem. Like, this is the whole point. It wouldn't be a problem if he factored in for that. You know, like, blue are naturally going to be able to do a lot against red ground units from the air, but red are going to just walk all over blue in terms of helicopters. Like, you know that that's going to happen. We can deploy units faster because our helicopters are faster. Our helicopters are more survivable. It's just easier for us to actually put units on the battlefield, but it's then harder for us to actually do anything useful with them, because as soon as an A10 appears, or as soon as an M1 spots them, they're dead. So it kind of works out in that regard, but as soon as you start adjusting numbers of slots, or it just falls apart. I don't know, man. My brain's fucking checked out like an hour ago at this point. Yeah, they did, and the same reason they put more into RWRs and countermeasures is because of Vietnam, which makes perfect sense. But if you're designing a mission for a PvP server in DCS, you have to consider how that's going to play out, because you can't have a mission where one side just gets repeatedly frustrated. Now, like I've said before, blue was on that position, in that position even, about a year and a half ago. We were just running all over them roughshod, because we always had GCI, we always had 2 or 3 ships of MiG-21s flying together, and blue never had, or rarely had GCI, and they almost never had people on comms. The situation has literally reversed at this point. Blue always have a very good GCI, they always have TACCOM, they always fly in pairs or threes. Meanwhile, red, we're lucky if we get a third or a half of the team on comms most nights. And, we just don't have the coordination. Even if people are on comms, they're mostly flying off singly. Like, even I do it, I need to stop the habit of doing it. So, there's only so much of that people can take before they stop playing. And I think with a lot of Reds players, it's starting to happen already. Like, part of the reason we don't have GCIs that often anymore is because a couple of our regular GCIs just don't play anymore. It turns into a bit of a vicious cycle, because once the GCIs stop playing, it becomes more frustrating for everyone, and then everyone else stops playing. As it is, I've been strongly considering a lengthy break from the server, because other than these special events, and even now the special events, I just haven't been enjoying it. There's just not enough coordination anymore. Like, if I wanted to fly alone and get my ship pushed in by superior numbers and better coordination, I'd at least go do it on a modern server, where I could maybe have bragging rights if I killed someone with a 21, but it's just frustrating. Really frustrating. And it makes me fly worse, so, like, the more frustrated I get, the worse I fly, and it just turns into a feedback loop. Do you think he'll add the Kiowa when it comes out? I'm pretty sure he plans to. I still think it's well, I don't even know anymore with the helicopters, to be honest. The Kiowa, the Hellfire is not as amazing as people think, especially compared to the ATGMs we have. On the other hand, the Kiowa's sensor suite is absolutely first class. Like, that's... The Car 50 kind of comes close, kind of. The Car 50 is still daylight TV. It's not... It can't see in the dark. Well, it has low light TV, but that's it. It can't see in the dark. The Kiowa can. The Car 50 has to completely expose itself to actually see anything, because all the optics are on the chin. The Kiowa has a mast-mounted sight. Like, it's just... The situational awareness difference factors into it so much, and this is something people don't think about. And to go back to what I've always said about people thinking, oh, if I just take away the AIM-120s, the Hornet belongs in a Cold War server. Or, you know, if I just disable this or that feature, or not even feature, if I disable this or that weapon, the F-16's a Cold War plane. No. The ones we have are from the 2000s, like the 2005, I think. And then things like the, I think the fucking Harriers, like 2010 or something. Like, they are modern jets. The basic airframe is the same. The engines are different. The systems are different. Like, they have so much more situational awareness than even the original F-16 or F-18, let alone a fucking MiG-21 or a MiG-29. And people just don't factor that in. Like, they think that the airframe is what does it. It's not. The airframe's irrelevant, right? Past a certain point, the airframe's irrelevant. The weapons are irrelevant. The sensors are what makes the aircraft. And the modern blue aircraft just have such radically better situational awareness than anything they're going to fight, except Jeff, which isn't on the Cold War server for obvious reasons. Like, it's not the same thing. Could he turn off data link? I mean, he theoretically could, but I'm pretty sure he hasn't in any of the missions he's added them into. He could also remove their ability to use the helmet-mounted sights, which he doesn't. But even then, like, the thing is, it's not just data link, it's not just the helmet-mounted sight. It's... I mean, the original Hornet, alright? Let's go back to the original Hornet. A 87, 89 Hornet. Actually, I think 87 was the year they got color screens. I think. The first Hornets, like the actual Cold War Hornets that were actually in the Cold War, you had no color on the displays. They were all monochrome, except maybe the MPCD. I'm not sure about that one. Pom would know. You had, you did have data link, I think, but it was the older data link. It wasn't Link 16, so it was much less advanced. Obviously, no Jehemics. You had weaker engines. The Hornet we have has uprated engines, which put out a pretty decent amount more thrust. Like, a lot of the special modes for the systems weren't there. It's even worse for the F-16. You go back to a 1980s F-16, particularly a 70s F-16, like an F-16A, you have a shitty crotch radar, which is really nothing like what we have in the F-16C. It's quite short range. The radar is literally between your legs. the ergonomics are what do it in that. Like even something as small as having the radar screen on an MFD on the instrument panel instead of a CRT between your legs, that makes a huge difference. And if you don't believe me, go look at the number of people in DCS who fly the Mirage and use the screen export, which is meant for people that use sim pits, by the way. They use the screen export to put the Mirage's radar scope in the top right of their screen. The Mirage doesn't have, at least the Mirage 2000C, doesn't have an HMD in real life. That is not an HMD. That's not a real thing. That's put there so people can export it onto an MFD if they have a sim pit, right? But because it makes it so you can use your radar while you're actually heads out of the cockpit, people use it. And it's an enormous advantage, because if you look at me flying a Mirage, I'm looking down between my legs, squinting at the screen to make things out, and at that point in time, I could be flying into a mountain for all I know. You know, like, I'm totally heads down in the cockpit. Whereas if you have that overlay on, you can be happy as Larry looking around outside as you work the radar. It's the same sort of thing. Like, the ergonomics change between, say, an F-16A and an F-16C Block 50 is just, it's not the same aircraft. It's literally not the same aircraft. With the Apache as well, the AH-64A, the pilot has one display, and I think it was just like basically a version of the Tomcat's VDI from what I've seen in photos. It's not a MFD, it's like a flight information display. It's an EFIS, basically. The gunner's optic suite was much less advanced. Between the AH-64A and the AH-64D, they even changed the rotor blade. They changed the engines, they changed the rotor blade, they changed the sensors, they gave it more weapons, they gave it the FCR. They're not the same aircraft at all. Like, it looks like the same thing from a distance, that's about it. What do you think would be a good helo to add to kind of balance it? A Cobra. And I don't mean an AH-1W or... is the Whiskey the modern one, or is it the... I think it's the Whiskey that's the modern one. An 80s era AH-1. Before it started getting a glass cockpit, probably. Even then, it's not going to balance it perfectly. It's not going to balance it perfectly because the Hind is always going to be faster, it's always going to be tankier, it's always going to have a massive payload by comparison, but typically the American helicopters have better sensors. So again, for instance, the Hind doesn't have any screens of any sort in it. The gunner's optic is literally a periscope. Like, literally, it's a periscope. It's not a camera, it's not a screen, it's a periscope. What about a better logistics aircraft? In what sense? Oh, for the Chinook? Chinook might be good. The Chinook is really fast, actually. I mean, it's big, but it's fast. Something like a Chinook or maybe a Stallion. A big sort of medium to heavy lift helicopter, because those are generally much faster than, especially the Huey. It would give them roughly equivalent payload to the Mi-8. It'd be a good counterpart to it. Chinook's a bitch to fly, from what I know. I mean, there's someone out there that would be willing to learn it. A lot of things are bitches to fly, but if you're really into it, you'll adapt to it. So, really, like, my wish list for units would be a very, like, a fast strike aircraft, a supersonic strike aircraft for Red, right? With reasonably decent weapon capabilities. It doesn't have to be fucking god tier, it just has to be able to do what the Viggen does. To a similar degree. We'll see where that goes. And then for Blue, a Cobra. Something like a Stallion, a Sea Knight, Chinook, whatever. Medium lift, fast helicopter. So they need 2 helicopters. And then Combined Arms just needs a rework in general for both teams. We're both kind of fucked in that regard, just in different places. For fighters, I think the F-8's going to come into its own. The F-5 is... Look, the F-5 is a lot better than people give it credit for. It, at low altitude where everyone is on the Cold War server, is, in my opinion, basically a match for the MiG-21. The MiG-21 does have certain advantages over it. It carries more missiles. doesn't really matter, especially while the R60s are restricted, because we can only carry 4 of the bigger missiles, and carrying 4 of them turns you into a brick. I only carry 2 when I'm expecting to dogfight. So 21 carries more missiles, but they're shorter range, and we can't uncage. We should be able to, from what I've heard. I'm yet to find the actual document that lays it out in text, but from what I'm told, it should be able to uncage. It should be part of the firing process. So we can't do that. Uncaging the missiles in the F5 is a huge fucking advantage, because you can make shots at much closer distance than you normally would, although a lot of them still get over-enthusiastic. And as well as that, you can actually get a missile out of one guy as you're turning to engage the second guy. It's really, really cool. So, between that and the easier control, like the F5 is just really easy to fly. It doesn't really have any bad habits. It's virtually impossible to spin it. Stalls are very gentle. It doesn't have a lot of power to get itself out of trouble, but it's hard to put yourself in trouble in the first place. Whereas the 21 requires a lot of finesse and experience to fly it on the edge, and it can bite you if you overdo it, as you've seen me fall victim to multiple times. So, at sea level, they're very closely matched. The MiG-21 speed advantage doesn't matter because it can't get that fast at low altitude. I think the F5 can actually outrun it at low altitude, but the 21 still accelerates better. The difference in vertical performance is in the 21's favor, but if you're already in a turning fight and somebody takes a vertical, you can't fight all that induced drag off the delta. Like, you just can't. So you'll notice once I fall for the trap of getting into a slow fight, which I always do because I'm stupid, I can't really extend away or use the vertical anymore because I am fighting that much induced drag. I have like an amazingly powerful engine, but I'm using most of that power just to keep the aircraft from falling out of the sky. Right? So I can't leverage my enormous thrust advantage over the F5, which is part of the reason that the actual ideal MiG-21 play is to keep your speed up. But again, I'm stupid, so I fall for the bait every time. The 21, look, there's a whole sort of shitfest on the forums and in other places, apparently, about whether the 21 turns too well at low speed. I think its low speed handling probably does need some adjustments. I do think, though, it's going to be difficult to do realistic ones because, like, below a certain speed, you just don't test for it because you don't expect it to ever be relevant in real life, or it's too dangerous. And extrapolating charts is only as good as the information you're extrapolating from. And also, even if you say, oh, run CFD on it, CFD will give you results as good as what you put into it. If you use a bad model or if you use bad parameters, it will fuck up completely. Like, CFD is used like some sort of magical fucking problem solver by the sim community. It's not. It's actually the opposite, because if you don't know what you're doing and you fuck up your CFD parameters, it will tell you the complete opposite of what you actually need to know. Also, wind tunnels, you know, are not easy to get a hold of, so you can't go do it the old-fashioned way. So, do I think they'll adjust its handling anytime soon? Probably not. Do I think it needs it? Maybe in the long term. Do I think it makes a big difference? Not really. If you're in an F5 and you see a MiG-21 pulling for all he's fucking worth at 200 kilometers an hour and you take that bait, on your own head be it. You know, like, what did you expect? If you see a 21 doing slow turning shit, just fucking extend. Like, he can't follow you. He's... Again, it's like the delta wing of a 21 does not work like a conventional wing. When you start pulling that nose up, you turn into an air brake. Your whole plane becomes an air brake. And all the thrust in the world is not going to let you extend away or regain energy because you have so much drag built up on that wing. You know, it's... The F5 kind of has a similar problem, but not to the same extent. The 21, you really have to unload and mean it. And even then, it's slow to build speed back up. So if you see a 21 who's just flopping about the sky slow as shit, either just leave because he can't catch you, or take the vertical because he won't have the energy to. You know, like, if you're trying to do a tight 2-circle with a 21, what do you expect? At medium speeds, the F5 rate's better. At sort of medium to high speeds, the F5 rate's better. At very high speeds, the 21 rate's better. So just don't get slow You know, if you're that worried about the 21 pulling the extra nose authority, don't accept that kind of fight. Just ignore it. Like, and this is the thing, if you have the advantage of speed, you can choose the terms of the engagement. Speed, this is getting into the whole interceptor thing, right? Because this is how people thought in the 50s. Whoever has the speed and altitude advantage dictates the terms of the engagement. Doesn't matter if you have fucking super maneuverability if the other guy can just swoop you over and over and there's no recourse against it. You know, like I've heard from people that F5 guys were bitching about the MiG-19's flight model being bullshit because they were just looping above. Like, that's what the MiG-19 does. Like, what did you think it was gonna do? Get into a slow one circle with you and literally play every fucking card that you know, that goes to your hand? Like, no, of course not. It's just gonna go over the top and fucking swoop you over and over again. Like, if you have a speed advantage, then you can dictate the terms of the engagement. So if something is broken, like, this is why I get so fucking hung up on speed when a module is going faster than it should, or a module's going slower than it should, because that actually impacts engagements. Turn performance, not so much. If you can turn better than you should be able to, people can just, like, avoid you. You know, like, past to a certain point. You know, if something is transparently broken, obviously it needs fixing. But if it's some edge case, like, oh, the MiG-21 somehow rates better than it should at Mach 0.23, like, first of all, most people that fly the MiG-21 don't have the skill to fly that slow and not drop out the sky anyway. Second of all, the ones that do, if you're in that situation, you've just lost the initiative anyway. Like, that kind of shit only worked for me. You'll notice my luck has fallen off as Blue started coordinating. That shit only worked for me when I was picking off single F5s. As soon as there's more than one F5 in the area, I'm suddenly easy meat, because I'm slow, I can't extend, I can't go vertical, I can't do anything, and I'm stuck in burner. Like, if I cut my throttle, I'm going to drop out the sky because of all that drag. I'm stuck. So I've basically thrown away my initiative to go play turn fights with an F5, which, you know, 1 versus 1, yeah, maybe I could win it. But the counter to an aircraft overperforming at very low speed in turns, like, something that specific is don't engage it in those parameters, don't fly alone, and just, if you're that concerned about it, don't engage it at all. Just fucking bypass it. You know, like, part of my plan, this is the part that isn't sensitive, part of my plan for that mission that we played was to not engage the blue fighters, and like, unless we absolutely had to. We had to at the start of the mission, because we had to punch a hole through their defenses, right, to actually kill the SAMs, but past that, my sort of decree was that the fighters would not push out past Keshem, except if I specifically asked them to as decoys. That's it. Like, there's no reason to fly over Kasab if we've already hit it. You know, like, there's just nothing there. We bait them over our own SAMs. We do not go over the water where it's a neutral situation. We do not go over their SAMs. I know that, you know, people are going to go chase kills anyway, but the general idea was that, so we wouldn't have to worry about it. Wanted to make a huge MiG-21 human wave? No. No. The actual plan was quite sophisticated, like, well, very sophisticated. I had timings down to, like, within 10 seconds. What would drastically improve Red's overall experience is having GCIs on more often, like we used to, having more people on comms, and having the people who are actually on comms flying groups, instead of being on comms but taking off one at a time, like we still tend to do. Also, what would drastically improve Red's experience is having maybe, like, I don't know, I'm kind of torn on the R60 issue, because it is a phenomenal missile. But at the same time, like, at the moment we have the worst missiles. The R13M1 is the best thing we have. It's worse than a 9P. It's not like garbage, but it's not really great either. But, I mean, when we fight... See, this is the thing. This is where you make a change to the mission, right? The kinds of changes Alpin makes regularly after one playthrough of a mission, this is where you do it. After a... well, yeah, close to a year now actually, of red getting towed by coordinated blue players with a really good GCI. What do? Maybe you give them the R60 back so that they can, you know, more effectively hold off a superior number of enemies before they finally lose their aircraft. Because that's what generally ends up happening is, well, even if we don't intentionally fly into them, which we still do because we're all dumb, but even if we don't intentionally fly into them, we end up in merges like 1 MiG versus 3 or 4 F5s because the F5s are already flying together and then they get vectored in groups onto single contacts. Like, they pick off stragglers or singletons. That's how they operate. So having the R60 back would at least give us some counter to that. I don't know if it would change the situation significantly, but...
and lure them to Cold War for target practice kappa.
Look, I don't know if that would work, because the average Hoggit player would not want to play the F5 on Cold War. This is the thing, so I don't know how many of you actually read Hoggit. I generally avoid it if I can, but a couple weeks ago now there was a thread about why don't more people play on the Cold War server. And the resounding theme of that thread was F10 player markers. Like, most of the responses in that thread were people saying, oh, I can't, I'll get lost. Oh, how am I supposed to navigate? Fuck, I don't know, Dead Reckoning like everyone else. RSBN, you know, TACAN. Alpine's even gone through and added mobile TACAN beacons to airfields that don't have them. So blue can radio nav like red do. Yeah, oh, how am I supposed to IFF people? How can I IFF people if I can't see my teammates on the F10 map? Fuck, I don't know, like, use your eyes, maybe. Jesus Christ, man. Like, just... Oh. The average Hoggit player doesn't have any Cold War. Yeah, most of them don't. And the ones that do either don't fly them or they won't fly them in a PvP setting because they don't know how to radio navigate. Like, again, to just drive home how simple this is, you know, for every time somebody says, oh, I'll get lost, I don't know how to navigate, the radio navigation is so easy. You don't have to learn complicated shit like traveling between radials or fucking trigonometry. Don't worry about it. You don't need it. Find out the frequency for your home base, set that. Figure out the bearing from your home base to the objective, dial that in on your compass so that the heading bug is pointing that way. Take off, follow heading bug. When you want to go home, climb high enough to intercept the fucking radio beacon and fly down it until you hit your air base. Like, holy fuck, you don't even need a DME. Like, you do not even need to know the distance, you just need to be dialed into the right beacon and just follow the fucking needle home. It's that simple. You can even do, this is like the advanced shit for fucking wizards, right? You can even actually use radials to figure out where something is. Like, for instance, fly to a beacon and then fly down the radial to get to an objective, or do some... You can actually do the trigonometry if you really care that much. It's not that difficult. I mean, I just don't get it. Like, people don't want to learn. They just don't want to learn. I only know how to ground attack in F5. I'll tell you how to do air-to-air in the F5. You load up some AIM-9s, you take off, you bind something to your radar dogfight mode switches. I mean, if you're an advanced wizard, you could also bind up the radar completely and use it the old-fashioned way, but most people don't do that. Also because most people overestimate how good red situational awareness is. But bind up the dogfight switch, you know, turn on your weapons, find somebody, kill them. Like, the F5 is so straightforward to use in air combat. Like, don't get in your own head about, oh, I don't know how to do this. Put the, like, I know I'm a hypocrite because I don't learn blue modules because I don't know how computers work, but when it comes to shit like the F5 or the MiG-21, it really is that simple. Like, you don't need a manual that thick. You don't even need a WAGs video, right? You don't need a WAGs video, my dudes. It's literally just get in the plane, take like 5 minutes to look around the cockpit, suss things out, you know, and just fly it. You'll work things out eventually. I didn't, you know, pop out from between my fucking mum's legs a fully formed MiG-21 pilot who knows everything about the plane. I still don't know everything about the plane. There are switches in the cockpit. I don't know what they do. They probably don't even do anything in DCS. I learnt this from like 3 years of flying the MiG-21 in DCS. When I started out, I didn't know how to use the radar, I didn't know what the different weapons did, I didn't really know how to navigate, so I did the kneeboard cheese, where you open the kneeboard and hit the mark position shit until you get like a decent track built up. That's what I used to do, because I didn't know how to use the radio navigation system. Eventually, one day, I was like, this is kind of shit. And then I looked at, like, you don't even need to go to the flight manual, so I recommend you do, because the flight manuals are like the ultimate source for things, where they're modeled correctly. But I was just like, you know what, Chuck's Guide is a really good reference for if I need to know how to do a specific thing now, and I don't have the time to look it up in the actual pilot's operating handbook. So I went to Chuck's Guide, and it's like, radio navigation. Oh, wow, that took me like 30 seconds to learn, holy fuck. And I've used it ever since. You can't get hung up on the idea that because I don't know how to do this thing, I can never do this thing. Or, you know, don't feel like because you aren't an amazing PvP stone cold killer like Zach, don't get in the mindset that, oh, I can't play on PvP servers, I'll waste airframes. You know, sure, don't take F-14s or MiG-29s on Cold War if you're worried about that, but F-5s, MiG-21s, we got more than we can, you know, we got more we know what to do with. It happens in the longer missions we'll run out of airframes, but in the shorter missions, we're not. We're just not going to run out of airframes that quickly. Jump on, fly the plane. Ask people if you're not sure about something. Most of them won't know what they're talking about either, so you're in good company. There's really no reason to be afraid to just jump in and fly. I mean, fuck, you guys have seen... I do it rarely, but you guys have seen me jump on Growling in an F-16 or an F-18, particularly F-18. I don't know what I'm doing in that plane. I have no fucking clue. I can barely remember the startup procedure. But I'll fly it, and I'll attempt combat with it, and sometimes I even kill people with it. That's how you learn. You gotta take a fucking lot of L's before you can finally get, you know, to the point where you can reliably pull more than one-to-one kill-death ratio. I mean, ultimately, kill-death ratio doesn't matter anyway. It's an objective-based, or team-based game on most servers. That's what you should be focusing on, is winning the mission. It just so happens to be that if you fly fighter cover for people, it's a happy accident that you getting a positive ratio also wins the mission. But you don't have to be amazing. Like, this is the thing that gets me. Like, you don't have to be an amazing pilot to do something constructive. Just having bodies in planes can be enough sometimes. Like, part of what I wanted to do this mission, I was going to have aircraft doing stuff specific for a specific purpose where they weren't going to get combat, well, hopefully not, and they weren't going to get kills, but I needed them to do something as a means to another end. Like, always, this is the way I operate, right? Put the objective first, then worry about if I can get some sweet kills on stuff. So, always play the objective. Always play the objective. That's how you will actually enjoy the server. Like, Airquake is all good and fun for a while, but it gets old after a bit. You know, that's why you've started to see me branch out more into helicopters, into combined arms, whatever, because after a while, A, I got sick of losing because nobody else was doing it, and B, I was getting bored of just the same thing over and over and over again. So it adds some variety, and it, you know, winning the mission is satisfying. You feel like you actually achieved something. Whereas, you know, just getting a couple of cool kills and then logging off, I don't know, doesn't do it for me anymore. You see the anvil? I did. It looks fucking stunning. It looks absolutely stunning. Hey, Nines. Doesn't know how to do anything and look where it gets. I know, right? No idea. Oh man, you know what we can do? You know what we can do, since I think I'm PvP'd out for the moment. There are two things we can do. The first thing we can do is in DCS. The second thing we can do is we might look at the TAC view. And I still... Man, I'm in two minds. Like, I'm so proud of the little plan I cooked up, I kind of want to, like, look at the thing I made, but I don't want to say it now, because if he runs that mission again, I want to actually be able to use at least parts of it without compromising the whole thing. I don't think I can use the whole thing. I'll have to make some adjustments, but... we'll look at the TAC view for, I think, the first run of that mission, and then this run of that mission. There's a bunch of other TAC views I want to catch up on too, but I just never get around to it. What I'm going to do first, though, is I'm going to get a drink before I lose my fucking voice again. So I will be back shortly, guys. I'm not going to bother with the BRB screen, or muting my mic, so the sound in the background is the kettle. Don't sweat it. As the more observant of you may have guessed from the fact I cannot stop talking at 100 miles an hour and the fact I was so grouchy earlier, not just because of the way the mission played out, I had like 2 hours of sleep. Actually, no, 4 hours of sleep, so it was kind of a semi-reasonable amount. So I'm like high on no sleepium right now. What use is the F5's radar? Oh, my sweet summer child. The F5's radar has multiple uses. First of all, it will tell you when you're in range for a shot. Second of all, like you can, it does work. You can see contacts with it. It will augment your situational awareness. It's not great, but it's better than nothing. And if you have trouble keeping track on somebody visually, you can lock them with the radar and then use that to cue your eyes onto it. It's like the MiG-21. When you lock somebody, you get a steering cue on the radar. TOS and gestures. You put the fucking steering cue in the ring in the center of the radar, like the 21, and that contact is right in the middle of your gun sight. It's fucking wonderful. So you'll notice when I'm having a lot of trouble spotting people on any given day, I'll start using the radar. Like if I'm flying the F5, I'll start using the radar more and locking people up to get the nose on them. And then usually I can use the radar to cue my eyes which way they are. Like you'll notice as well, if I go into the into a head-on merge in the 21, I'll usually lock the guy because, especially with the heavy canopy framing on the 21, and the fact that you can't padlock them behind you because you have to transition from this to looking at the periscope and then over the top again as you go vertical. I'll lock them as they come in head-on, and then I'll watch which direction the radar contact trends. It's usually up and to one side. And so I'll watch where that bird is tracking on the display, and if it's tracking, say, this way, like this is the scope, and I see the bird tracking this way, I know to look up and left as I merge, and there'll be somewhere behind me high on my left. I think the camera's inverted, so you probably saw that as being the right, but you know what I mean. My left, your whatever direction you see. So it's useful for cueing your eyes onto the target. It's useful for knowing when you're in range for a shot because eyeballing is not good enough. Most of my missile shots that miss in the MiG-21 are because I either underestimated or overestimated the range. It will also, in the F5, give you a fantastic radar computed gun solution. The F5's radar pipper is fucking wonderful. The gunnery in that thing is just, oh, if I had that kind of gunnery assistance on the MiG-21, both the sight and the placement of the guns high on the nose, where they're literally like almost in the pilot's eye line, like the guns are basically at your chest. Just point yourself at the target and pull the trigger, right? Instead of the 21 where the gun's behind you under your feet. If I had that in the 21, the up-front chest-level guns and the really nice lead computing gun sight with the dogfight modes, holy fuck, I'd be unstoppable. Like, the F5, in terms of its actual flight performance, it's okay. Its main virtue is being easy to fly. It's not that impressive performance-wise, but it's easy to fly, which kind of offsets the lack of performance, because you can, retain control in regimes where a MiG pilot is generally going to be flopping all over the place. It's kind of funny. The MiG-21, if it's flown really well, remains controllable well below the F5 stall speed. Whereas the F5, you could chuck a monkey in it, and they're going to outfly the average MiG-21 pilot in DCS, because the average MiG-21 pilot, and even me on most days, especially lately, does not have the finesse required to hold the 21 on the knife's edge and not have it flop about and do unpleasant things. Whereas the F5, you don't even have to worry about it. Wing stalls, what are those? Spins? Never heard of them. Like, I have actively tried to spin the F5, and I don't think I've ever succeeded. Like, it's so good. So good. Yeah, so, like, the F5 has a really, really good setup for close combat, if you could take the F5's close combat modes and its gunnery and so on, and put that in something with the performance of the MiG-21, that would be phenomenal. And you would have basically an F8, pretty much an F8. Almost look like you have a mullet. It is getting kind of long at the back. Like, I do need a haircut. I'll probably get one like next week or the week after. I think the last time I had a haircut was like end of last year before Christmas. Is there a way to lock a target in front of you without TDC? Yes, that is the dogfight mode. There are 2 dogfight modes. One of them locks the... I think one's meant for gunnery and one's for missiles, but both will do more or less the same thing. But one will lock the Pipper and the other one will let the Pipper move around under the gyro. So that's your dogfight switch. But even with the TDC, the F5's radar is so underrated, and this is, I think this is a DCS-ism. I'm pretty sure it shouldn't be able to do this. I'm pretty sure this wasn't a real thing. Likewise, the MiG-21 has some DCS-isms with its radar, a lot of them. But the F5 in DCS, because of the way the radar is modeled, if you get really good at discriminating a target from ground clutter, they look the same, but targets track in a predictable direction. Ground clutter is just random. You can lock targets in ground clutter. Like, I have locked aircraft while I was skimming the trees that were at my altitude. And I was able to do it because I spotted a track moving in a consistent direction at a consistent speed in the clutter. I'm like, that ain't no ground clutter. Move the TDC over it. You've got to account for its movement too. So it's not easy. You have to juggle a couple things at once. But you hold the TDC over where you think the contact is. You hit the acquire button, and then you start quickly wiping the radar elevation up and down. I think the F5 is only a 1-bar scan. So you just wipe the antenna up and down, and eventually it will hit the you might need to jiggle the TDC around a bit if they change course or whatever, but eventually it will grab the contact, and hey presto, you've just fucking locked somebody in ground clutter. Like, the F5 is really undersold on its radar. And again, the situational awareness of something like a MiG-21, let alone a fucking MiG-19, is so bad. Yes, if you lock them, they'll know about it, but, you know, at that point, it might actually help you. So, for instance, sometimes I will lock people with the express purpose of letting them know I'm there and I want to kill them, because they'll panic, or they'll turn in a particular direction. You know, it's if somebody's flying straight and level above you, and you're below and behind and coming up on them to give, you know, do the old Eric Hartman at them, don't turn your radar on. Or, well, not don't turn it on, but don't lock them. But if you're, until you're, you know, ready to pull the trigger. But if you're, you know, coming into a neutral merge, or if the other guy clearly knows you're there, fucking go for it. You got nothing to lose. And if you happen to have him locked on radar, but you lose sight of him visually, you just do what I said. You fly the little target cue, or the steering dot, into that circle, and you have him right on the nose. It's fucking fantastic. Let me go get my tea. Actually, I will be a couple minutes. Bear with me.
Завтра снова в бой сорвусь, но точно знаю, что вернусь. Пусть даже через 100 веков, в страну не дураков, а гение. И поверженный в бою я воскресну и спою на первом дне рождения страны, вернувшейся с войны. С войны.
Yeah. Yeah, Boiler, last nuke mission, like, not today's, but the first run of it. You and Matt are the reason that we actually did win that mission. Like, if you guys had not been able to kill those SAMs so quickly, and the thing that got me too was, I don't think you realized how close you came to dying. An F-15 fired a Sparrow at you, and it got killed about probably half a second before the Sparrow would have hit. And it went dumb, and it missed just behind you. Like, the fact that you stayed on target and pressed the attack despite having a launch on you, that is what actually got the last fucking, I think it was the NASAMs actually, the last SAM there. So, yeah, it feels good. It feels really good to contribute to the team like that. I mean, like, the last run of that mission, in terms of, you know, Music KDR, I did horribly. I think I was like 3 for 8. But, you know what? I dropped 2 fucking nukes on them. I don't give a shit. Like, KDR was more like, you know, 300,000 to 8. I think I'm caught up on chat, more or less. So... Mission... Ha 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 ha, here we go. Let's take this out for a spin. The other thing I'm actually curious about, and the TAC view will probably reveal all on this, is whether Alpin had actually done anything to counter what I was planning to do. I don't think he would have. I doubt it would have occurred to him, even though it was fucking obvious to me that that would be the way to go. Oh, that's right, my tracker is still paused. That would explain a few things. I'm probably not going to be doing any dogfighting today, Saber, if I'm honest. Maybe later in the week, maybe, I don't know. As it is, I'm not sure how long the stream's going to go for, because I'm quite tired. I'll probably do a little bit in this, and then we'll go through the TAC views. Right, so, immediately a few things. It's still using F-15 avionics. There shouldn't be a HUD, there should be a gun sight. Radar should be a conical scan PPI radar. That little fucker shouldn't even be in the plane. It shouldn't have one of those at all. But yeah, it's an F-104. I think the cockpit, it's better than the F-15. Like, well, it's better than having an F-15 cockpit, but it needs some polish, I think. The scale looks a little off. There are some gaps around it too if you do these ones. So it's a bit rough around the edges still. As I understand it, this was a model from Turbo Squid. Like, the guy that made the mod is not really... I don't know if he's at all artistically inclined, but put it this way, he figured that the way to make this happen was to just get the model off Turbo Squid and maybe make some edits. So it is what it is. Now, the reason I'm actually flying this other than the fact it actually has its own cockpit now, even if it's still an F-15 avionics, is it has an EFM now. So that was, like, the fact it was still on a simple flight model was what was stopping me from even bothering to install this for using, like, as an AI opponent. But the EFM piqued my interest, and so here we are. It has nose wheel steering quite similar to the F-86 or the F-5, which is, say, extremely sensitive but also very finicky, and you have to hold the button in. The toe brakes are hot garbage. They have basically no stopping power, even at any speed. Like, even now, if I just pull the toe brake to try and turn that corner tighter, it would not have much impact. Anyway, we got one stage of flaps out. I'm not sure if you're supposed to take off with flaps in this. I assume one stage of flaps is takeoff. We will back trim a little bit. Give our controls a bit of a check. Let's actually have a look at the external too. It could use some rough mets. The external model could use a bit more detail in places too, like the afterburner, so on, but the main thing it needs is rough mets. Like, this uniform shininess over the whole aircraft is what makes the Su-25 look kind of gash as well. So rough mets can make or break the visuals on an aircraft in DCS these days. It's such a pretty plane. Alright, let's get going. I'm going to start my takeoff roll slowly, just in case the nose wheel's not centered. It doesn't automatically recenter, so the plane does have a tendency to wander off the runway. I'm going to have to use a little bit of toe brake here to try and offset it. And once we get up speed, the rudder becomes effective. Back on the stick, about 180-ish, she should loft. There we go. A little bit of crosswind here. Up come the wheels. Up come the flaps. Big nose drop as soon as the flaps come in. So we'll trim it out. The trim movement on this is quite slow. In fact, most of the times I've spun myself to death in this were because the trim wasn't fast enough to catch up with where I needed it to be. Something to be aware of. It accelerates like a rocket. We're already doing Mach 0.95-ish. And I've just backed off the afterburner. In fact, let's stay in afterburner. And before we actually hit Mach 1, let's do this. I wish you could actually turn the HUD off. It's just distracting, and I feel like a cheater for having it there at all. Alright, I'm pulling too hard, I'm too slow. There we go. Hold her at about 15 degrees, we should be able to accelerate through that. Slowly. Don't see the... yeah, the leading edge flaps did drop. I bled too much speed in that climb. How's the radar range? I haven't bound the radar controls at all because it's still an F-15 radar. I think it's probably an F-15 radar with some numbers adjusted, but like I haven't even bothered using the avionics at all on this because it's, you know, not what it should be. I'll worry about that when they actually model it, if they model it. I'm hoping that they see this through to the same sort of level as the A4. The A4 is pretty much a golden standard of DCS mods though, so we'll see how we go. Look at this, I'm climbing after even that horrendously inefficient climb I did back there because I was too busy yakking at you guys. 1.4 and we're still accelerating in a climb. Like, this thing's just ridiculous. Now, I can't attest to the accuracy of the flight model. I am planning on running some basic testing on it with some documents that we have in the Discord, thanks to Super and to Hero. But I'm not going to be doing it today. I'll do it when I'm actually awake. .6 43,000 feet. Once we get about 45, I'll level off and continue accelerating. So one thing Hero said is the overspeed lights come on too late, because I was getting up to about 2.2-ish before they were coming on. They should come on at 2. The MB339 is turning into a proper module, yes. So to be fair, the A4 and the MB339 are the gold standards for mods. I just haven't flown the 339 as much, because I'm, to be honest, like, it's a really cute little plane, but trainers aren't usually my thing. So, it's a cool plane. I have flown it a few times on stream, but I tend to forget it exists, unfortunately. Oh shit, we're at 48,000. Oops. How terrible. Right, let's level off. I know this has like a 3-axis damper system. I don't know if it should have something like akin to the ARU, but it feels like it does. I can't pull the nose very hard at this altitude and this speed. It's almost behaving exactly like the 21's ARU. A bit of a roll tendency. Wonder if that's a crosswind or if I fuck something. Oh no, it's because I'm kicking the rudder one way accidentally. Big brain. Right, there we go. We're getting our overspeed warning, so before we blow the engine up, we're gonna... Oh, we're not gonna pull too hard because we don't want to stall it. I'm gonna open the telemetry bar because the altimeter starts misreading at this kind of altitude. And I mean badly misreading. You can see just how little nose authority I have here. Like, I cannot pull the nose further than this. I'm back trimming as hard as I can. And this is all I can get. Mind you, that's like 50 degrees, I think. 50 degrees pitch angle. The main thing now is to avoid a stall. She'll probably start winging over to one side, so we'll just gently roll with it when that happens. Looks like she's gonna go, oh, maybe right, maybe left. We'll kind of hold her steady here. $30,000 kilometers. That is, so it's 30,000 meters, not kilometers. So that's we're pretty much past 100,000 feet at this point. Just gonna actually stall straight over, it looks like. We'll gently go with it. 33,000. This might be a new record. We might have broken it 3 times in one day. I got 34,000 and something earlier. No, we're not. 33,605. And that's combat loaded with 2 wing tanks and 4 AIM-9s. Just phenomenal, phenomenal climb performance on this machine. We're gonna gently start trimming nose down because I had it trimmed all the way back. That's going to become a liability soon. We're going to throttle back a little, not too much, because when we dive back down here we're going to really build speed quickly. I'm actually going to roll wings level. You can see I'm overspeeding here. We're in coffin corner, and not only that, but the air's so thin I have no control authority. I'm pretty much full rudder, full stick to get like maybe 5-10 degrees a second of roll. Okay, we didn't blow the engine. We nearly blew the engine. It would look better if it was round and the draw distance was further out, but maybe one day. what I'm really waiting for, I know there's a Starfighter in the works for Flight Sim 2020, but the general quality of Flight Sim 2020 military jets at the moment, except for the India Fox Deco stuff, I don't know. I'm gonna wait and see before I think about dropping money on it. Plus, it's a trainer version. I'm more interested in the single seater. I like single seaters better. But I might consider it because that sim would look fucking phenomenal at that altitude. Like, holy shit, it would look good up there. Okay, we can put our speed brake away now. We're at a more sane altitude and speed. So, with this mod, it's not without its criticisms. Obviously, the cockpit looks pretty rough. It's functional, but it's pretty rough. It's something that can be improved with time. The sounds are pretty, yeah, the gun, which is supposed to be an M61, uses the default gun sounds, so it sounds like a fucking 50 cal machine gun from the exterior, and from the interior it sounds the same as the, you know, the Gashar 23 or the Defa cannons or whatever. The engine sounds are just default DCS jet engine sounds, I think, but there's a looping recording of an F-104 flyby to get the howl sound, and instead of what I would have done if I knew how to do this, you know, if I was a DCS sound modder, I would have tried to isolate the sample of the actual howl and extend it into a, you know, a proper sound file, and then have that play from a certain angle, certain distance, whatever. Instead, they didn't do that, they just made it play a looping flyby sound, including the howl, from the front of the aircraft. So if I go external, hang on. You can hear it tapering off now. That's a pre-recorded flyby from a real-life sound file, right? And there it goes again. So it's not too bad if you're in F3 view. Let me just wait for it to start again. I'll go F3. There we go. I mean, it's kinda eh. Oh shit, I think I did lose my engine actually. Yes, I did. Uh-oh. I think we slagged our engine, boys. She dead. Where's an airfield? There's a road down there. Fuck. Okay, that's Lake Mead, so Boulder should be over there, but we aren't gonna make Boulder, I don't think. Yeah, there's no way we're making Boulder. We'll go for the road. I can't air start it. I don't think there is an air start. I'll check. Let me just... Oh, fucking wrong button. Ah. If I can type. Restart engine. Yeah, no. No. Once it's dead, it's dead. In real life, you'd probably be able to restart it, but yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm trying engine start, but you'll see here it's given us a caution light, engine boost, or fuel boost pumps fail. So I think we've actually broken something, like physically broken something. Motherfucker, that looks like an airfield. I mean, it's a very small one, but that looks like a runway to me. Whatever, the road will do. Okay. Gently start turning. We're too fast for gear and flaps, but I wouldn't want to drop them yet anyway until I'm sure we're going to make it. The difficulty of landing this jet is grossly overstated, at least in DCS. I haven't flown one in real life. It's not that difficult to land. I would put it on the same level as the F5. They're both easier to land than the 21, and you know what I think about the 21. It's a piece of piss. Okay, we're going to go one stage flap, which is takeoff. Nice straight stretch of road. We're going to keep our air brake out, actually. Oh, fuck, I got traffic on, don't I? Oh, boy. Okay, we're going to go 260 gear down. 240 landing flap. Try and hold the speed around 180, 200. A little hard because I kind of lost my tail authority there. I don't know if that's... I doubt the hydraulic pressure's modeled, but... Hope the TF-104 is good. Yeah. Yeah, even though I'm not usually a two-seater person, if it's actually decent, I'll probably buy it. Both because I love the 104 and because having something with these capabilities in that sim would be amazing. I don't think we even broke anything in that landing. I'm pretty happy with it. Let's get rid of that. I like how the chute's still acting like it's got wind in it when we're stopped. One thing you'll notice, by the way, and this is an EFM thing, the EFM involves the actual suspension modeling. That's why SFM planes tend to teleport off the ground. Like a lot of weird ground handling shit happens with SFM. With EFM, the ground handling tends to be much better and more realistic, but you also sometimes get weird issues like this where the plane's shaking. Also, when you first spawn in, the plane will kind of bottom out at suspension suddenly and black you out and then pop back up, I've noticed. It's probably a minor issue that can be ironed out though. The plane is actually slowly drifting off to the side, I think, which is interesting. I wonder if it's a wind blowing. I don't know. Anyway, let's refly the mission and not blow our engine up this time. Chute stays off because it still registers exhaust. Exhaust from a dead engine, though. Okay, power on. No cockpit lights at the moment, unfortunately, so if you try and fly in the dark, you're shit out of luck. So you can carry a maximum of 6 sidewinders on this. I've got fuel tanks on the tip rails because to me that's a classic F-104 look. But you can put sidewinders on the tip rails as well. This thing, because it's, you know, there's an F-104G, which this is. F-104G in American colors, I know. So there's an F-104G and an F-104S. I assume the S gets the Sparrow. I don't know how that works in DCS. You know, it's FC3 level at the moment, so it probably just uses the Sparrow code from the F-15. The G, though, the F-104G, gets the fucking Cormoran, so you have anti-ship missiles, which is quite interesting. I haven't used it yet, though. Like I said, I'm not really going to be worrying too much about the weapons stuff until the avionics are actually, you know, implemented realistically. But it is cool that they've thought ahead to add that. What they've also done, and I wonder if this is perhaps because maybe an F-104 user sourced weapons from both sides, but it has B8 pods, the S8 pods available, the same ones that the fucking Sushka uses. So I'm curious why. Okay, speeds up, rudder's effective. Give her a little bit of right stick as she comes off so we don't get blown across the runway again. Flaps up, we'll be ready with the trim. There we go. This thing does have its VNE model at low altitude. It's possibly too slow at low altitude, I think. It's 1350. Although it starts running out of acceleration around that speed too, which is interesting. So, unlike certain other aircraft, you won't see this thing ripping around at Mach 1.4 on the deck. Even though the F-104 for quite a long time possibly still is, the world speed record holder for low altitude over a closed course. That was what the Vigan was going to try and unseat before Saab decided it wasn't worth the time and effort. She is quite smoky as well. You know, J79, of course she is. Northwestern visit Fallon. I could, or I could go northeast and visit the only part of this map that actually has, you know, colours on it. Around St. George. It's quite beautiful. It's really weird. ED have this habit of putting the most interesting or most picturesque parts of their maps right at the edge of the map where there's nothing else. It's a outstanding fucking talent they have. Yeah, I remember watching Agent J saying about that, the different smokeless cans you can get for the 79. Alright, so we want to be going about this heading. We'll know it when we see it, because it's the only part of this map we will see green that isn't artificially planted. It's not that I don't like the desert. I don't mind the desert at all. It's just, it gets a bit tiring after a while, and to be honest, I mean, this map in Persian Gulf aren't as bad for it, I guess, particularly in some areas, but DCS, the way it does ground textures, they tend to be very bland and samey at low altitude. It's not until you go up high you start to see some more variation and colour in the terrain. Like, I've flown over areas in Microsoft Flight Sim that look kind of in DCS, and they look spectacular in that. Like, for instance, the other day I flew around the mountains behind Kasab, so the area where I was supposed to be playgrounding with nukes today. It's gorgeous. It's fucking gorgeous. There's like little winding roads that run along the tops of the ridgelines to like little observatories and some fucking sheik's castle on top of the tallest peak. Like, it's incredible. Yeah, Agent's fucking awesome, dude. Absolutely fucking awesome. Fucking terribly. You may notice I've lost my voice partly. Guess why? Yes, I did know that it has the nuke. The RN-24, I think they probably shouldn't have given it because the RN-24 is so fat that its fins are actually touching the ground, just parked. So I didn't even try and take off with that. I thought it would lead to a misfortunate circumstance. But I did load the 28. The arming process is kind of weird because this is using the F-15's code. You have to like mash the mode button a couple times and then pray it comes off the rack. It took me a while to figure it out, so I was kind of vertically climbing while fumbling with the controls. But yeah, it does have it. Well, I went on like a whole ass fucking hour-and-a-half long rant about mission design, so I like to think we got something constructive out of it. Look, I got some decent engagement. Like, I don't want to sound like I'm totally, oh, I'm never playing fucking Open Server again, I'm so mad, fucking trash fire. Like, I'm frustrated we didn't get to do the objective of the mission, because that was the whole reason I played that mission. But I had a couple of good, close-in engagements. I killed a couple of people, you know, in real nice knife fights. I'm happy with that. It's just, I could do that in any mission. I would rather have, you know, not killed anybody air-to-air, but had the nuke. So it is what it is. I don't want to sound like I'm super ungrateful or whatever. I mean, I am. I'm a fuckwit, but... You know... I lost sleep for this mission. Put it that way. I lost sleep for this mission. I didn't get what I wanted. Oh well, maybe next time. But basically, to sum up the entire rant... Alpin changed a lot of very important variables in the mission on the presumption that Blue would be outnumbered again by a large margin. and that we had it too easy last time. When Alpin doesn't realize, because he wasn't playing on red, although he did watch my VOD back later, so he should have really picked up on it, I think, how close it was. He figured that we needed to be handicapped, basically, and we were very handicapped, and literally all the blue team turned up, and Mike Delta was GCIing them, so it's like, they have the best GCI on their team, they have all their usual best players flying air-to-air, like, we didn't lose the mission, although Alpin did cycle it early. We didn't lose the mission, we didn't win it either. I don't think either team was likely to have completed their objective. Oh, actually, no, we did lose it. I stand corrected, we did lose it, because we didn't trigger the Scuds. So they couldn't kill the Scuds, because we didn't even trigger them, so technically, yeah, blue victory. Disregard me, then. We couldn't save the taxiways at Keshem, we couldn't save Jask, so yeah, that's it. And we couldn't actually get their Hawks, and if we can't get their Hawks, that's it. There's no objectives to complete them. But yeah, basically, the whole point is you can't make sweeping changes to a mission based on one run of it, because of a suspicion you have that, you know, the same thing might happen. It doesn't work out. The desert really is actually pretty, honestly. I feel like if it wasn't for, you know, the fact I would miss my actual functional healthcare system, among various other things, I feel like if I was going to move to the US, I'd be strongly tempted to move somewhere in, like, the Southwest. Even though the climate would fucking kill me, I fucking hate heat. It's just beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. I mean, I have to put up with all the fundies, but I could buy a machine gun. And then nobody would fuck with me, right? That's how it works in the in good old US. Humidity is the worst, yeah. When I was at basic training, it was like between 42 and 45 degrees Celsius for the whole 4 weeks. And it was miserable, but it was dry heat, because Kapuka's quite a dry area, right? It's out Wagga way, so there's no water for there to be humidity from. It was dry heat, so it was like walking into a fucking blast furnace, but it was less fatiguing, I think, than humidity. Like, humidity is just so miserable. And humidity is bad for cold, too, because it makes it feel much colder than it actually is. Like, particularly when I was living on the coast here, 10 degrees to me felt like minus 10, you know? Like, it was really weird. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not great with people, so this is one of those things. I generally prefer living around cities, because when I have been stuck out in the country, it hasn't ended well. I don't generally like being too close to people, but I like being near lots of people. Like, I don't know, it's like some sort of fucking herd mentality comfort thing. I have no idea. But at the same time, being just out in this and not having to give a fuck would be so nice. I don't know what that is. I do not know what that thing is. I think it's some sort of radio nav instrument, because if you look at the main compass, it doesn't have a separate fucking thing for radio nav. What plane is this? This is the F-104. It's a mod. It's just received an EFM and this cockpit. I do have the C-101. I've only flown it like twice. I feel really bad, because it's a beautiful, beautiful module. You know, Aviodev really put their heart and soul into it. It's just, again, I'm not really a trainer kind of guy, and the C-101 is like the absolute opposite of what I usually fly performance-wise. It's just gutless. Absolutely gutless. I should fly it more, though. It's a cool little plane. Same with the L-39. I know, Saber. I know you're suffering. Oh, dude. F-101B. Give me my F-101B. So then I can paint it white and it can be a CF-101B. Yeah, I've heard the same, that the C-101 is like as close as you'll ever get in a simulation. Like, they really put a lot of effort into that thing. It's quite nice to see. Yeah, more triangle. More air defense, more triangle. Give me more actual interceptors to offset the things that everyone calls interceptors. By the way, this F-104 right here, not an interceptor. Like, ignoring the fact that it can carry 9Ls and 9Ms in the mod, not 9Ps, curiously enough. I'm carrying 9Bs at the moment. So you have, for most of its service life, it had rear aspect only heaters, which requires you to get behind your target quite close, which requires a stern conversion, which requires precision, which this does not have, because you may notice there's no... It doesn't have any of the fancy Sage shit that the F-102 and F-106 and F-101 had. It doesn't have the integration that you need for an interceptor to reliably intercept, incoming aircraft. It's not an interceptor, it's a tactical fighter. It's designed for, sort of short hop fighting over the front. It's designed for ground attack in a limited capacity. Oh, maybe the lights do work. It's a tactical fighter, like the MiG-21. It's not an interceptor. They tried to make it into one because Air Defense Command couldn't get their hands on the F-106 fast enough, and ADC fucking hated it, because it was useless. Like, it was terrible as an interceptor. The radar is shit. It's rear aspect only missiles, which, are short range to begin with. It's got horrible endurance. Like, it's so short in the legs. Like, let's look at the fuel gauge. It's what, 7,000 pounds internal, plus 1,000 on the wing tanks, 500 each. Oh, sorry, no. They're 500 gallons, I think, so it's more, I don't know, whatever. Look, it's not much. It's comparable to the MiG-21, basically. Could you use it as an interceptor if you're a less wealthy NATO state that can't afford something like a F-101? Yeah, you could. Would it be good at it? Not really. So I was just eyeballing this instead of actually doing proper nav. Please forgive me, chat, for I have sinned. Oh, I'm actually pretty close. I just need to go east. Lincoln County is actually the really narrow runway I've alluded to landing the 21 on with no fuel. That's the one. I thought it was the other one that started with M, not Mesquite, but the other one. But no, it's Lincoln. It is. Technically, it is. But yeah. So that was where I landed the 21 with no fuel that one time. It was very sketchy because it's a very narrow runway. It's actually only barely wider than the 104's wingspan. I landed this at it today too. My first ever proper F-104 landing. I'd already bellied it once because I'd burnt the engine out over the desert. So I'd bellied this thing before I'd landed it on its wheels in true Ross fashion. But yeah, my first ever intentional wheels down landing in the F-104 in DCS. And it was on the narrowest runway in the game, one of the shorter ones too, and it went off without a hitch, almost like the aircraft is pretty easy to land. I still don't, I mean, in real life I can understand why people think high landing speeds are dangerous or difficult. I get it, in real life. In DCS though, you're not in any immediate danger. The aircraft is generally not going to fail on you, like, anything that goes wrong is because you fucked up, or the sim crashes or whatever. It's not because the plane wasn't maintained properly, or some random system just shit the bed and died. Why was it called Widowmaker? I will demonstrate that, but not right now. It will fuck you up if you try and do the things we do in the 21, put it that way. So, the issue that the Germans had with the F-104 was not because the plane was inherently dangerous, although in certain manners it is. It was more because the Germans were trying to fly it at extremely low altitude. I mean, like, clipping the trees low. They were trying to do this in Central European weather, which is to say overcast 100% of the time and fucking miserable. And they were doing all of this jumping immediately from, like, first-generation jets to the F-104. Like, it's just a recipe for disaster. Have a look at that. That's not a bad shout, Saber. That is not a bad shout, actually. But yeah, the whole Widowmaker thing, like, it has basis in reality, but it's played up. It's really played up. And most of the accidents that happened were pilot error. Or just because they, you know, maybe not pilot error, but bad doctrine, or bad habits, I guess. Bad practice. The way this plane will kill you, I'll tell you right now, the way this plane will kill you, and I'm not going to do it now, but I'll do it later for you, is this needle goes here. If this needle goes here, you're fucked. And it does model pitch up. You actually see and feel the pitch up, which is really cool. It's the first DCS module I've noticed it in. It's generally an affliction of T-tailed aircraft. You don't see it so much in conventional layouts. Which is why both this and the Voodoo, the F-101, were notorious for it. And if you pulled the nose too hard, thinking you were a fucking, you know, super maneuverable dogfighter, you were gonna die, pretty much. You were fucked. Which isn't to say they can't turn. This turns, this rates really well at supersonic speed. It can't turn for shit at low speeds, as you might imagine, but at high speeds it's quite good. I'm still going the wrong direction. Imagine knowing how to read a compass. That's alright. Yes, RTR. That is the pitch-up issue. So, if you do the typical thing of, oh, I'm coming in too steep, or oh, I'm too fast, and you pull the nose suddenly, that will kill you. For instance, when the Fighter Pilot podcast did their interview with the, I forget his name, but the RCAF Voodoo pilot, he actually spoke about pitch-up incidents on landing. Because, you know, that human instinct, oh, I'd better pull up, the ground is getting awful close, that will kill you in this plane or in the F-101. Anything with anything supersonic with a T-tail, you're liable to it. No, Zach, it's actually because the aerodynamic shadow of the wings covers the tail plane and you completely lose your tail control authority. I think there's other factors into it too, but the main one is that you basically put the tail in shadow and it ends up in a superstall. So imagine what causes the MiG-21's fishtailing. Imagine that, but on your vertical stabs instead of your fucking tail fin. It's no bueno, as I believe the technical term is. That's also one of the reasons why T-tails stopped being a thing in supersonic aircraft. They're okay on airliners, usually. You know, if an airliner ends up at that kind of angle of attack, it's fucked anyway, but it was found to be not the best idea for fighter aircraft. I mean, at high speed, like I said, at high speed it does actually turn well. It has a massive turn radius, but it actually rates quite well. If you fly it right on the edge, which, you know, some people are like that, some people do like to live life on the edge, you can get an okay turn radius out of it, but your turn rate's pretty miserable. So, you know, rate and radius are your two different main turn parameters that you've got to worry about, and they can kind of play into each other. So, for instance, if you have a really woeful turn rate, but a really good turn radius, you can kind of still cut inside people that outrate you, sort of, if that makes sense. You can use it to misalign circles and so on. And having both good rate and radius is generally the territory of 4th gen fighters. third gens you had, and second gens you had one or the other. You almost never had both. So, for instance, both the F5 and the MiG-21 have phenomenal turn radius, but their turn rates suck dick completely, both of them. You know, the F5 is the better turner, or the better sustained turner of the two by dint of being marginally less crap than the MiG-21. They're both horrible. Whereas something like the MiG-19 doesn't have a good turn... Well, its turn radius is okay, I think. I don't know for sure, but I think it might be generating a little too much lift in DCS at the moment, because its radius is a little smaller than it should be. It doesn't massively impact things, but it's noticeable. But anyway, the 19's turn radius is okay, but its turn rate is fucking fantastic by comparison. Okay, so things that are in this cockpit that shouldn't be here. The F-15 HUD, for starters. This should be a gun sight, similar to what the F-4, well, the dogfight capable F-4, well, I forget which variants had it. I think all the Navy ones, I think, had it, except the B. The ones with guns, and the ones that were designed to have guns put on them. It should have something like that, or the F5 or the F-111, whatever. It's kind of half HUD, half gun sight. And also that's where the Erst display goes. So that little bulb in front of me, that is an Erst. Yes, that is right. The Americans had Erst on their fighters in the fucking 1950s. So this is one of those things, everyone thinks of Erst as a Soviet fighter thing. No, the Americans were the ones that pioneered it on fighters. They just decided it was crap and they didn't need it anymore, and they got rid of it. Whereas the Soviets saw it and went, shit, that's pretty useful. And they developed it much further. And it's interesting, the Americans pioneered the technology, the Soviets matured the technology, and then the Americans looked at what the Soviets had and went, oh fuck, maybe we shouldn't have ditched that, huh? That's quite useful now. Yeah, it's the same with the HMD. The Americans had it first, decided it was useless because in their case they didn't develop high off bore sight missiles. That was when they kind of went hard in the BVR paint, decided to cancel Agile. And the Soviets did the complete opposite. They had been going really hard into dogfight missiles like the R-60, and they went, holy fuck, we could use one of those. And they did, and the results speak for themselves. They didn't steal it, they just saw the idea and went, fuck, that's a good idea, and then developed their own version of it. There's no need to steal it, and if you look at the helmet side in particular, the American system is completely different than how the Soviets did it. The Soviet system is much more elegant. The Soviet system is essentially track IR, whereas the American one is a kind of clunky mess, to be honest. Anyway, the Erst on this would actually draw a pair of arcs on the gun sight, and where those arcs intersected was where it saw a heat source. So that's how that works. The radar obviously shouldn't be an F-15 radar. This should be a PPI display, and it's conical scan. It's really janky, gloriously janky. This RWR should not be there. Maybe in the S, not in the G. Definitely not in the G. That shouldn't be there at all. I have no idea what this is, but I think I saw it in a G. I think I saw it in a G cockpit, so I'm pretty sure that should be there. The angle of attack gauge is possibly the wrong type. There's a few other little things, but I mean, it's close enough for government work at the moment. Other than the systems themselves. This and this. Like, get rid of the HUD, the radar, that, and you're pretty golden. Oh, we got a little town down there. How am I on fuel? I'm doing quite good. I'm just a little bit below mill. I'm gonna do it dirty again, and I am off the edge of the map. Okay, so we're gonna turn southwest. We Utah now, boys. Actually, if I go much further north, I have flown around that area in Flight Sim. It's gorgeous. I don't know why we have 2 nozzle position gauges, maybe one for the inner and outer, because I think it has like a 2 nozzle thing. I forget the technical term. Like the like a lot of the Soviet fighters had, like an inner and outer nozzle. But I don't know that for sure. Oh, by the way, the roll rate is fucking horrendous. So, let me just get trimmed out. This is full right stick. That's all we get. Now I'm gonna do... I'll get it leveled out again. I'll do full right stick and full right rudder coupled. Not really any different. Yeah, it's like the Typhoon. It's just the fucking roll rate is... Ugh. But, there's a good reason for that. Inertial coupling. It was, first of all, killing people, because it's a good way to go into the ground at low altitude. Second of all, it was actually twisting the airframe, especially at higher speeds, so they limited the roll speed, the roll rate. There should be a way to override the damper for it, but I don't think it's working in this. The bind is there, it's just not doing anything. In this stream, you're going to fly an intercept mission? In this thing, fuck no, because it's not an interceptor. It's a tactical fighter. If I was going to do something this should be doing, I'd be doing a bit of a hit and run on a MiG-21 over the front lines, or I'd be bombing something. This is the crux of the interceptor thing, right? The whole interceptor meme. People assume if it goes fast and works best in a relatively straight line, it's an interceptor. That has nothing to do with what an interceptor is. An interceptor is a purpose-built aircraft, generally a large, long-ranged aircraft with very sophisticated, by comparison to frontline fighters, radar. Some kind of automatic command data link, if not fully integrated with the autopilot, like Sage and like, Vozduk through the Lazur system. That's an interceptor. An interceptor is designed to go kill a bomber or some other non-maneuvering target and land. That's all it does. It's not meant to maneuver. It's not meant to do any of that shit. MiG-25 is the classical example of an interceptor. It got turned into a reconnaissance aircraft and a bomber later on, but originally an interceptor. Su-15, interceptor. Tu-128, they thought it was a fucking medium bomber the first time they saw it. It's an interceptor. It doesn't need to be small or agile or maneuverable. It's there to patrol the northern borders of the USSR and kill anything that comes in, like a B-52 or whatever. Like, it's irrelevant. MiG-29 is a light tactical fighter, like the F-16, and like the MiG-21, MiG-23. The only interceptor Mikoyan produced after World War II was the MiG-25 and the MiG-31. The MiG-15, 17, 19, 21, 23, 29 are all tactical fighters. Some of them had interceptor design, like interceptor-specific variants. So, for instance, the MiG-19P with the radar, that was designed to fill a gap. The MiG-21 PF and PFM, those were designed to fill a gap, so they've had the radar out of the actual Soviet interceptor at the time, the Su-9, grafted onto them to fill gaps where the PVO didn't have Su-9s, or to export to Warsaw Pact allies, because the Soviets did not, except for the MiG-25 because of Belenko's defection, they did not export their interceptors. Like, Soviet air defense interceptors were never, ever, ever, ever exported. It was not even an option, except for the 25 after it was already compromised. So the Soviets built kind of air defense at home variants of most of their tactical fighters for their allies and for client states in the Middle East and North Africa and Asia as well, actually. But Soviet interceptors were very much a different thing. Same with the Americans. The Americans would, you know, give their allies things like the F-104, and they might try and use them as an interceptor, but it wasn't designed for the role and it wasn't good at it. The true American interceptors are the F-101B, the F-102, the F-106. Those are interceptors. And the reason you don't see purpose-built interceptors anymore, except for the MiG-31, is because multi-role fighters have essentially taken their role. You know, multi-role fighters these days have the range of an interceptor, they have the sensor integration of an interceptor, they have everything that an interceptor has, but they're also smaller, faster, lighter, and more maneuverable, and they can do all the other jobs you need as well. So the interceptor has more or less died off as technology advanced, pretty much because of the miniaturization of electronics, essentially. That was kind of the death knell for them, except for the MiG-31, but the MiG-31 is kind of a special exception because it also serves as an airborne command post, not just an interceptor. So the sort of popular perception, particularly in the English-speaking world, you don't get this so much with the Russians because they actually understand it a bit better. Probably because of the PVO is not even part of the Air Force. The PVO and the Air Force are two completely separate things. But the perception is if it goes fast and it does best in a straight line, it's an interceptor. Like, no, that just means it's designed to climb fast and get above its opponent. Like, that has no bearing on anything. Plenty of fighters, even in World War I and II, did better in a straight line diving on people and swooping them from high altitude. Like, the SPAD, for instance, in World War I, was not an interceptor, it was a fucking fighter. It was just better at, making swooping attacks. The BF-109 wasn't really an interceptor, it was just good at playing the vertical. If anything, if you wanted to say a World War II plane was an interceptor, it would be the fucking Spitfire. Like, it's just... And that thing turns like crazy, right? The Spitfire is one of the most maneuverable fighters in World War II, and that was probably the closest thing to an interceptor. Oh, except the TAR-152, yeah. That was actually pretty close. But yeah, like, things like the F-104, the MiG-21, just because they have bad sustained turn performance at low speeds, just because they can't pull their nose around like a World War II fighter, doesn't mean they're interceptors. It just means that the kind of attack they're optimized for is, like, hit-and-run swooping attacks. That doesn't preclude them from being tactical fighters, It makes no sense. If you want an interceptor, you want something that can get in the air, fly a reasonable distance. So, something like a F-104 or a MiG-21 with such short range, imagine how close together their air bases would have to be to cover the border. It's just pointless. It makes no sense. Whether something is an interceptor or not has nothing to do with its flight performance. It has nothing to do with how it typically executes an attack. It has everything to do with what its target is expected to be, where it's going to operate, and in what manner. That is what defines an interceptor. You do have some weird cases, like for instance the English Electric Lightning is kind of a weird one. It was designed as a point defense interceptor to cover the V-Force's bomber bases, so it didn't need long range, because it was supposed to just take off at the 3-minute warning and kill the incoming bombers and then land. That was all it was there for. And then it got pressed in service as a tactical fighter, so it's kind of the reverse of the Soviet interceptors, which were all actually tactical fighters. The Lightning was an interceptor, but then became a tactical fighter. So you do have weird edge cases and sort of mix and match going on, but generally speaking, if you want to know if something's an interceptor or a tactical fighter, you look at its role, you look at who used it. Particularly for the Soviets, who used it matters. If the PVO used it, then it was an interceptor. If the VVS used it, it was a tactical fighter. Short range is literally the opposite of what you want in an interceptor. Literally the opposite. In fact, if you look at the Su-9 compared to the MiG-21, the Su-9 was the interceptor in service as the MiG-21 entered service. They both came in at about the same time. Wow, it's almost like one was meant to complement the other. The Su-9 looks outwardly similar to a MiG-21. In fact, from a distance, you'd have trouble telling them apart, particularly from below or above. But the Su-9 is enormous. It's a much bigger aircraft. It's fucking huge because it's all fuel. It's all fuel, it's all engine, and it's all electronics. Whereas the 21's a tiny little thing. Is it a myth, or is the 31 actually designed to replace the Tu-128? Yes. But, you know, Soviet realities being what they were, it didn't fully replace it until the Soviet Union collapsed. look at this scene. Again, like, the best scenery is off the edge of the map, just about. So, right down thereabouts. Or is it the next... Oh, no, it is there. That's St. George, which is, I think, one of the southernmost population centers in Utah. St. George, in fact, has a fucking airport smack in the middle of town. That thing? That's a fucking runway, but it's not modeled in DCS. Continuing the proud tradition of having serviceable airfields, like, inside the map boundaries. Persian Gulf has the same problem, but Persian Gulf doesn't even model the cities. This does. St. George is actually 3D. It's not just satellite scenery, it's 3D, but they didn't model the fucking airfield. How's our fuel doing? We're sipping, my dudes. We're sipping. We've used what, like 2,000 pounds of fuel in the past, what, 20 minutes, half hour? It's not bad. Again, it's like the MiG-21 and the MiG-29. If you're not hogging the burner at sea level in a dogfight, it's actually pretty decent on endurance. Like, it's not bad at all. We're not even that high up. 26,500. Where am I going now? We might land at Lincoln County. We'll do maybe a touch and go, or we'll do a land and then take off or something. And then I'll demonstrate part of where the Widowmaker moniker comes from, as well as what happens when you get a bit too enthusiastic with the stick. Oh, look at this. I'm going to have to fly over that. Well, I am going to fly over this in Flight Sim. So off stream, I've been doing a trip around the southwestern US. It's going to be a trip across the southern US at some point. I'm probably going to fly like across the coast and then back down. But I've gone up through the northern half of Utah. I think I'm going to have to, before I go any further east, I'm going to have to hook back around and come down through the south of Utah and down this way, because this is just... Oh. I have flown around the Vegas area and the NTTR area. Not in that flight, but I've done it in the DC-6. I actually landed the DC-6 for the first time ever at Groom Lake. But the Corsair flight, which is the one that I'm talking about, I actually did stop at Fallon on the way up. So I went from San Fran and then followed the water courses inland past... the big inland city, which I keep forgetting the name of. Sacramento, I think? Sacramento, the inland one, kind of at the foot of the mountains. Anyway, I passed that. Went past Truckee Lake, landed at Fallon for fuel, and then went from Fallon over Wendover, which is where the Enola Gay was based before being deployed. Over Wendover, kind of around the bottom of the Great Salt Lake, over the Dugway Proving Ground, and then to Salt Lake City. And currently I got the plane parked somewhere in the... I forget which reservation it is, but it's one of the ones on the eastern side of the Wasatch Range. It was a night landing, which is interesting. A night landing on a little, like, tiny, dinky local airstrip. Was quite fun in the Corsair. Reno, I don't think I've flown over Reno yet in MSFS. I kind of bypassed it, to be honest. Did you look at the craters? Not in this flight. Oh, you mean in Misfits? No, not really, no. Kind of. I mean, we can do another flight out there sometime. I'm not opposed to going back there. It's just, and it's so beautiful. Just for my American viewers, you guys are probably not that, unless you live on the, you know, on the coast in a city, I guess, but if you don't live on the coast in a city, you're probably not surprised by the vast emptiness of this. Like, the Americas in general, but particularly the continental US, is just an enormously vast space. And even though it has a huge population, the US pops like 350 million, it's mostly focused on the coast, same as here, and the interior of the country, except for the, you know, the Midwest towards the north is pretty empty. Like, this is in Europe until you go east of the Oder River. In fact, really until you go east of the Volga. This is unthinkable. Like, even on the European plain and the Great Russian Steppe, you don't have quite this level of emptiness. You know, you've got vast, flat land that you can see all the way to the horizon in every direction, no hills, nothing. But you'll see a little town here and there, you'll see signs of civilization. Here, I mean, I can see... Well, I'm overflying a town right now, but you can see, like, maybe a farm here or there, but, like, look how empty that is. There's just... nothing. And then compare and contrast that to particularly Western Europe, where you can't fly for 5 minutes without bumping into some kind of town. Like, particularly the UK, if you fly over the UK and you're not used to that, you'll be stunned. And it kind of, it gives you an idea why Europeans think that small distances are huge distances. Like, for instance, when we lived in England, particularly up north, going to the next town over was something that most people would only do once a year. And when I say next town over, I mean like 5 miles down the road, 10 miles maybe. For us going from Manchester to London for the day, that was mind-blowing to people. They were like, what the fuck? One of the times we actually went to London while we were living near Manchester, there was an old fella, he would have been in his like 80s or 90s at the bus stop. And he asked us where we were going, and Mum said, oh yeah, we're just going down to London for the day. He's like, huh? The last time I went to London was during World War II. Like, holy fuck. And meanwhile in Australia, like, you don't really think much of going 200-300 kilometers. Like, even if you don't own a car, like me, if I wanted to go visit my mates up the coast, I would get a train for like 400 kilometers and just stay overnight at their place or whatever, and then come back the next day. Like, you really... Distances hit different in Europe, put it that way. But you also don't need to travel as much, because generally, like, especially in some of the better planned and better laid out cities, everything you need is within, like, a block or two of where you live, whereas here, and obviously in North America, Canada too, not just the US, you have the suburban cancer, where you just have miles and miles of fucking suburban sprawl. You know, for all the people who are like, oh, I couldn't live in a commie block, they all look the same, how'd you find your way home? Fucking, what do you think the suburbs are? Holy shit. Copy-paste, ad infinitum. But yeah, that's, like, it's horribly laid out. You need a car to get anywhere. It takes ages to get anywhere. So it's a very different style of living. Very, very different style of living. And I have lived in both, and I know which I prefer. Spoiler, it's not the suburbs. Yeah, it's really something. I haven't been to this part of the US, at least not in memory. I may have been through it as a real youngin', I'm not sure. But, like, when I went back home last time and we actually went out to the Rockies and stayed in Jasper for a couple days, it was just incredible. Like, coming from Australia, living here for so long, you forget what real mountains look like. Like, the tallest peak in Australia is like 2 kilometers above sea level, 2.5 kilometers, something like that, and it's a gently sloping hill. Australia's terrain, like, we have mountains, but they're not very high. What they are is very steep, rocky escarpments covered in trees. They are horrible terrain to get through, which is why there's still only, like, 2 roads between Sydney and fucking Bathurst, pretty much, unless you go all the way south. So it's shit terrain to get through, but it's not grandiose on the scale of the mountains back home. It's very, very different. I have well and truly gone past where I wanted to go. Fucking hell. How much fuel do I have? I got plenty. Alright, let's go back up to Lincoln County. Were you born in Australia? No, I'm Canadian. I was born in Canada. Lived there for the first few years of my life, then Dad's job moved to the UK, so we followed it. But I've lived in Australia longer than I've lived anywhere else. I've been in Australia for 24 years, I think. And I have never fully accustomed to it. Forgive the map cheating. I don't even know if the radio nav works in this, let alone how to use it. How many drop bears have you avoided? A couple. It becomes second nature after a while. Let me actually fucking figure out where I am. 6 degrees for 153. Working holiday about 18 years ago, spent time in Sydney, Melbourne and Tassie. I have not been to Tasmania. In fact, I haven't been to Melbourne either. It's one of those places I mean to actually get to, but not right at the moment, you know. Not so much because I think it's dangerous, it's fucking not. It's a load of fucking fake news. It's more that they keep having COVID outbreaks because of all the dumb fucks protesting against God knows what. You know, because someone paid them to, is what they're actually protesting. Yeah, I don't want to go down there while they're having issues with that. Of all the places in Australia, Tasmania is probably the one where the climate would actually agree with me the most. I'm not sure if I could get used to figuring out which head people want me to make eye contact with, though, as I talk to them. Probably has hard internet, probably does. Most of the transport between Eastern and Western Australia via rail, ships or roads. Mostly for actual logistics, for goods, it's rail. For people, it's a mix of rail and mostly air, but you know, some people do take the rail route because it's a nice rail adventure. There are roads out there, but if you can ship stuff by rail, you do that instead. There's no reason to drive there. I think most of the driving that is done there is, you know, not across the whole country. It's from one remote community to another, or it's people out sightseeing. In fact, the centre of Australia is the only place in this country that I know of that you'll see the double-decker double-decker cargo container cars. Words are failing me right now. I see them all, like, when I went home, I saw them all the time, especially going through Jasper through the pass there. You know, you have the kind of countersunk one on the bottom, and then the one stacks on top. Don't see that here, outside of the Central Railway, like, across the Nullarbor Plain. No, not buses. Like, you know, cargo trains. The ones where you get two shipping containers stacked one on top of the other. I mean, maybe they have them in the other states, I don't know, but I've never seen pictures of them. I've never seen them myself in New South Wales or the ACT. Well, I mean, the ACT is functionally New South Wales as far as rail transport goes. So, yeah. Yeah, it is. It really is. Even, you know, even around the populated areas, like, for instance, Newcastle and Sydney, you get a lot of really long trains. But the ones that cross the desert are just immense. Like, one horizon to the other kind of immense. We're not doing too bad on fuel, hey. We're still sitting at like 3,000 pounds, a little bit under. So the Predator numbers on the left. That's the overspeed thing. If I start overspeeding, the word slow will appear. I don't know how accurate that is to real life. I think I've seen pictures of an indicator like that, but I don't know if that's what it's supposed to look like when it lights up. We're like nearly halfway there. But I'm off. Excuse me, I'm off course. Actually, we're closer than halfway there. 61 Ks. What's the bearing? 12 degrees. Any accidents in the 104 yet? Plenty. Several were caused by the trim not moving quickly enough, which is something I've discovered about this mod, is the trim moves really slowly, so you have to really preempt it. I was coming out of a dive, I'd made a high altitude run, and I'd recovered it, and I was coming out of the dive, and I was trimming the nose down because I had it full back trimmed. I was trimming the nose down, but I let off pressure on the stick too early, and it just straight up, and that was the end of it. I've had a couple of engine flameouts. One just now forced me to land on a road. The first one I had forced me to land in the middle of the desert. Belly landed it, but we belly landed it without further incident, because, wouldn't you know it, the 104 is actually not difficult to land in DCS. The lava lamps, I think they're part of the canopy jettison system. This valve contains something... Oh! Is that the fire suppression system or something? What the fuck? Huh. I assumed they were part of the canopy jettison system. Cool. Yeah, I think they might be fire extinguisher bottles or something. Sprinkler bottles. Flown 5 times so far, got off the ground 3 times, landed once. Yeah, I mean, the landing isn't the hard part, the surviving long enough to land is the difficult part. It takes some getting used to. Very different playstyle, very different piloting style than the jets I'm used to in DCS. Look at me with my gamer brain. Fucking playstyle, Jesus Christ. Okay, that should be it down there. Yep, that is it. I don't know where the wind is coming from, and I ain't give a damn. So we'll just go from here, I guess. I think it's coming from south to north, I think, but whatever. We can land with a tailwind. It's fine. I'm sure nothing will go wrong. You could totally do high-speed rail in Australia if you actually put in the money and effort for the infrastructure and got the states to stop squabbling. That's the issue. It's not a logistical issue, it's a fucking political issue. Like, high-speed rail is for countries that kind of have their shit together. Australia very much does not have its shit together. So, it's something we badly need, though. Like, the thing is, I went up from the Central Coast to Casino to attend a friend's birthday party. This is going back like 15 years now. No, 10 years. Something like that. It took me 10 hours on the train to get from Gosford to Casino. 10 hours. You know why? It's not because... I mean, it is a big distance, but it's not because it's a big distance. It's because the fucking train line... I probably should have flown a little closer in, but it's okay. Unlike the 21, we don't have to worry about blown flaps or massive amounts of induced drag, so we can just put some power on and fucking chill. It's because it was a single-track fucking line, and we had to keep pulling off onto sidings to let freight trains go past. And on top of that, it's a single-track old line with lots of curves that don't need to be there anymore. And so the speed limit on it was 60 kilometers an hour for most of its length. 60 fucking kilometers an hour. The CountryLink trains, the XPT that I was on, uses the... I forget what class the train is. I think it's a 225, the British Rail diesel electrics. It's the fastest diesel electric train on Earth, or at least it was at the time. And yet, 60 kilometers an hour, because, you know, What even is decent infrastructure? Don't ask Australians, they don't know. I'm a little fast. Okay, I'm a lot fast. There we go. A little more power. A little more power. I'm gonna be a little off center. I always am. Oh, look at that. Like magic. Oh, don't you fucking do it. It likes to slew about the runway because the fucking toe brakes are hot garbage and have basically no effect. That's the hard part of landing this, is stopping it from veering off the runway, I find. Can you not hit the fence, please? Oh, okay, we're good. There's no actual difficulty in landing it. Yeah, the chute was out. It just didn't want to stop. That's the actual difficulty in landing it. The landing itself is fucking easy. It's comparable to the F5. They feel about the same to land to me. Can I get unstuck, please? Oh. Oh, no, that's not...
Hydraulic failure.
That's not what I wanted to do, but okay.
Hydraulic failure.
This is fine. Well, it has a damage model.
Hydraulic failure.
Okay, maybe I should have done a touch and go. I actually probably should have done a touch and go. Let's restart the mission, but this time I will demonstrate what happens when you get a little too spicy with the stick. Yeah, 60 kilometers an hour is not fast. Not fast at all. And it was about a 600 kilometer trip, so you can guess how fast it went by. I was bored shitless the entire fucking time. It felt like fucking 6 years. The engine takes a while to spool up. Oh, there we go. The needle jumps a little. That's how you know it's ready. Class 43. I gotcha. I have to admit, I've been slacking on my train spurging. The nose wheel doesn't automatically recenter, so it can get a little unpleasant on the ground. The ground handling in general is... I mean, that may be realistic for the jet, to be honest. Clear to taxi, bitch, I'm already off the ground. Whoops, she's a little wobbly because of the crosswind. Start back trimming because the nose is going to drop as the flaps come in. Again, just to showcase the phenomenal roll rate of this aircraft. I think possibly it's a little underselling it. You know, from videos of people doing the touch roll touch, it does appear to roll a little bit faster than that, but it is interesting. It cannot roll for shit. Yeah, when Pom was trying to budget out his Pensacola trip, he found it would be cheaper to get a plane or drive, either one of them, than to get the train. Because US rail transport is like the actual opposite of efficient. But, you know, that's kind of what happens when you have the setup they have there. Cup holders back here? Sadly, no. Backseat? Nope. Got pretty good rearwards visibility though. Quite good actually, especially for a 50s jet. 50s American jet at that. Alright, we're gonna get some altitude because I feel like you need some altitude to fully demonstrate this. But it will be very spicy. Now, I don't think it's... I'm assuming DCS models side-loading to some extent, but I don't think it's simulating it when you're in a spin. So you will start spinning very rapidly. I mean, like, CD in a CD tray kind of rapidly. Like, thousands of RPM. I'm pretty sure it's not meant to do that, but I don't know if they can change that without SDK access. When are you coming to Pensacola? I have no idea when I'm even going to get out of this country at this point. I probably won't be in the US anytime soon. My first priority is to get back to Europe, since that's where I was supposed to be going before COVID happened. And then maybe we'll start looking at a visit to the Americas. Probably... See, I'm gonna have to visit home at some point. So maybe I could knock them both over on the same trip, I'm not sure. Alright, we have some altitude. Oh look, we've just been merged, I'm gonna go vertical. It's actually limiting my control authority here. Like I said, it feels like it has an ARU equivalent. But right here, I kind of want to get a visual reference. There's the pitch up. That wasn't me pulling the stick, that was pitch up. So once you hit a certain critical angle, the aircraft will violently pitch up, and at that point, if you don't immediately slam the nose down, you're dead, pretty much. It's actually recovered itself, it looks like. Probably because we were in the vertical. Usually it's unrecoverable. Once it gets into that kind of situation, you will not come out of it. The only thing to do is eject. So watch, watch, watch. 15 units. Oi, there she goes. And this one will be fatal, I think. I'm holding the stick forwards, it's doing nothing. I'm going to hold the stick into the spin and... or sorry, opposite the spin actually. We'll cross-control it. So stick into the spin, rudder opposite. That would recover most jets. It ain't going to recover the 104, it's going to make the situation even worse. How's the low... what slow speed handling, Saber? This is what happens if you try and get slow in the 104. I mean, even with flaps and the rudder opposite, that happens. But she's actually tumbling. It hasn't gone into the turbo spin yet. Oh, can I... if I stick into it... No, it just changed direction. Stick into it, rudder opposite. See, this is the speed this is a more sensible spin speed. The ones I had earlier when I was playing it off stream were ludicrous. I wonder if it's maybe because I got the flaps out or something. It's having a moderating effect on it. It's speeding up a little now though. But yeah, she ain't recovering from that. There's nothing I can do. So the only solution is... yeet! Oh, that's a nice straight road. That'd make a decent runway. And that is part of how it got its reputation. They did actually add systems to try and alert the pilot to, you know, when they're rapidly approaching their sort of pitch up point. But yeah, if you're not paying attention, that will happen. I've yet to... well, other than that one that kind of recovered itself weirdly, I don't think I've recovered one yet. There aren't many aircraft in DCS that I've flown that are totally unrecoverable once they spin. The MiG-19 will sometimes become unrecoverable, but it's quite rare. This will do it almost 100% of the time. And you get very little warning. Like, your only real warning is that pitch up. So, flying along, increasing the angle of attack, and suddenly you just go like that. As soon as you notice the aircraft start pitching more quickly than you're putting in on the stick, just slam the stick forwards and hope for the best. Fight an AI-19, oh my god, I will get absolutely creamed. I've got a mission set up to fight a 21 actually. I haven't got one set up for a 19. But we could do it. Well, the 19 I'm probably going to outrun horribly. But, where is it? F-104, BFM against the 21. Oh. Lack of sleep starting to catch up with me. MiG-23 would be interesting, actually. I might do that at some point, set up one against the 23. Since he has 3 digits, we'll set that. What's he got? 4 loadout. I'll give him a pair of missiles, since I have a pair. And I'll make sure I got shit missiles. I think I got 9 Ls on this. Yeah, I do. We'll get rid of them. We'll go 9 Bs. They're gonna be fucking useless. Interesting thing, by the way. The RCAF livery here. Gun is fared over. Gun is not fared over. All the other ones, the gun is there, but on the RCAF one, the gun's fared over, which is quite a neat little touch. When I first flew with this livery, I was like, where's the gun? Why can't I see it? And then I pulled the trigger and saw shells coming out of here. I was like, what the fuck? I thought maybe they just got lazy with it or something, or it was like, you know, somebody forgot. But no, it's an intentional part of the livery. It doesn't inhibit the gun's function, though. So, if you're using this livery, I guess you just set the gun ammo to 0. We'll actually go ahead and save this as versus MiG-19. We'll fly it. I'm bad at sustaining turns though, so we'll see how that goes. Oh, you know what I forgot? I think I've got this backwards, hang on. Let me check what I've done. Oh, fucking, yeah. No wonder. Okay. Now we save. Now we fly. Hey, Fixer. Cheers for the resub. 16 months. Appreciate it. Hope you've been keeping well. Alright, actually what I'll do, so I have my missiles ready. Oh shit, I have my fucking flap lever. Hopefully, oh no, it did jam them. We're gonna have to refly, hang on. I forgot to reset my flap lever after that spicy landing, so... Or after the spin, actually. I know, right? Yeah, for those that don't know what Matt's talking about, the AI-19 uses the MiG-23's radar. That's why it can see things that it shouldn't be able to see. The 21 does similar. too slow. I have no idea where he's gone. He may have just fucked off, honestly. Entirely possible he blew right past me and I'm already so far away from him the AI just goes, oh, there's nothing here for me to kill, and flies away. I'm gonna actually do a bit of a cheat. Oh, he's behind me. I don't see him. I'm too low to actually hit my Mark 1.5, I think. Ooh, nearly pitched up. There we go, hello. Oh shit, he's behind me, huh? Crap on my screen. There we go. Now I can see him a little better. See, he can't get close enough to actually do anything to me. But I'm turning too sharply for him to get a missile away. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go high and see if he'll follow me up. Fucking sniper! What the fuck? Engine's still running. What a Chad!
Radar failure.
Shit, I wish I was that good with aiming.
DCS
I wasn't really evading, I guess. Let's try that again, but we'll, what I'll do is I'll set the altitudes up higher at the start. So we'll set that to, call it 9,500 meters for both. So we should be up in the cons, I think. Yeah, I can't really evade that much. Yeah, we're in cons. Hey, Marduk. Be turning back into me. So what we're actually gonna do is go up and over. Oh, getting a bit close. Oh! Oh, oh! Not again! Okay, well we saved it. I don't know, Saber, you'd have to ask the guy that made it. There he is. Oh! 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 Yes, that is why the AOA is up front. Hey, newbie in Ottawa! Thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. There he is, he's below me. I'm actually going to trim nose down a little, so I have to pull harder against the stick to do that. Shit, the 19 is fucking doing better than I expected, huh? 19 got some moves. He's gonna gun me. Cheeky little fucker. I very much doubt I'll force an overshoot, but it's worth a try. Well, I need some distance first, so he can't just run up behind me and gun me, right? Fucking hell.
Radar
I'm getting
failure.
schooled by this 19 AI.
ACS failure. Radar failure.
My engine's gone, by the way.
Failure.
Oh no, it's not. It's just the radar.
Failure. ACS failure. Radar failure. ACS
Oh,
failure.
there's the pitch up, and we are screwed.
Radar failure.
Out we go.
ACS failure.
That's more the speed I'm used to seeing it spin at.
Radar failure.
Very quickly. Yeah, that's a mod. Maybe I should have set the starting speed higher. Let's go full burner from the start. Maybe even dive a little to get some altitude. Or get some altitude. Fucking diving. Big brain. Get some speed. We can get rid of the wing tanks. Whoop, off they go. I don't know if it'll make much difference, to be honest. By the way, that turn and bank indicator on the left doesn't work, I don't think. Which is unfortunate, because the style of slip ball under the ADI, I always have trouble reading it. Just give me a spirit bubble, I know how to read that. The problem now is I can't even fucking see the guy. Because I'm so far away from him in this turn. And the 19 is a relatively small plane, especially for a twin-engine plane. As far as I know, yeah. I mean, there were probably other fighters that could turn with it, but didn't have the speed. The Super Saber had better speed, but couldn't turn. The F8 was kind of the complete package, although I don't know what the F8's sustained turn is like. I'm gonna have to look that up. I can't even see this guy. Is he still here? He's fucking in front of me somewhere. Maybe he's given up as well. Forgive the F10 cheating. Oh, there we go. He has noticed me. That will probably not track. It's a bit of a long shot anyway. It's not showing the range scale. It's a bug. It's a known issue, and it's hopefully going to be no longer an issue when the patch drops. Motherfucker's jamming me. Pretty sure he's not supposed to have a jammer, but, you know, probably doing F-15 AI things. Right. Let's start to pull a little tighter since I'm in a dive. Oh no, don't go below the cons. Don't do this to me. Should probably change the time of day on this mission. This fucking haze makes it hard to spot. Weren't hit. Don't really have good aspect anyway. Yeah, the vertical, like the jail bars on the 19 scope means jamming. If I wasn't pulling 6G right now, that would be an opportunity for a missile shot. Maybe? Yep. So yeah, I think the go with the Starfighter is going to be slashing attacks. You don't want to be turning at all. You can rate okay at supersonic, but you really don't want to be turning. Right. Get rid of that. Go ahead and turn all our weapons-related shit off. Where's Minvodi? That's Cherkesk, so Minvodi is over there. I know I said I'd do the TAC view of the nuke missions today, guys, but remind me next stream, because I am really tired. I didn't get much sleep, so I might go crash out after this. And we'll, it'll probably be better if I can dedicate, like, not a whole stream, but start the stream off with them anyway. But you'll be able to see the clear difference between the first and second run. I do hope Alpin does the third run of it, and I hope he adjusts the shit, like, for both teams better. I really don't think the changes he made were that necessary. Like, the IAD stuff sounded good on the surface of it, but I kind of figured we might have issues with it, because if we can't kill that fucking cluster of Hawk sites, which are all on top of each other, we're fucked. Whereas Blue have much more dispersed targets they can attack. It's kind of not ideal. And like I said, like the whole thing of attacking the SAM site is just to fulfill his story anyway. Like, I don't need those Hawks, or even when the NASAMS was in the first mission, I didn't need that dead to hit that airfield. You can do it from multiple directions without ever being shot at, or at least being hit. I did get hit in the first mission because I mistimed my flares a little, and I also approached from the most open angle, but there are ways and means of doing it. You know what? I'm feeling extremely impatient. Let's just hurry this up a little. Still a little ways out, but start setting up for a landing. I usually go round and approach over the city, but actually no. You know what? We'll do that. We will do that. Ooh. Give the air brakes a tickle. In fact, we're just going to pop the air brakes all the way out, because I usually do use them to land in the 19. Because the engine spool-up response is so slow, you're better off to use the air brakes to modulate your speed and just leave the engine throttled most of the way up. Similar to the MiG-15, or at least how I land the MiG-15. Okay, we need a bit more power. I've slightly overshot my turn, because I always do. Classic base to final overshoot. We recovered it well enough. There's the float we always get. So I'm bad at judging heights. We error braking now. It's such a good looking plane. I know, right? Oh, a song about drug addiction and depression. Haha, funny cow. My brain's pretty fried too, but cheers for the link. I'll check it out when I get up. Probably go crash for like 10 hours now. Just to add to the amount of crashing that was done today. Yeah, I'll have a look at it. The 19s is up around 15-ish, 15, 16 at low altitude, so it's considerably better than the F5 or the MiG-21. It's still not amazing though. I'm not going to shut it down. I'll just call that good enough. Good enough. Where can I send you guys? Bo wiedzie biały węgorz. Syf, jak na Discovery. Chcę wystrzelić jak z giwery. Chcę hery i inne bajery. W nosie pustka, słychać szmery. Macie numer do Gargamela? Może u niego w kotle jest hera. Wiem,
Kłopoty pierdolę, ale nie mam nic na stole, a w kieszeni jebana pustka. Przydała mi się taka szóstka, albo chociaż jakaś czwórka i bym leciał.
I might send you guys to...
To są jaja, no nie wierzę, wygięty leżę jak zdechłe zwierzę.
Send you to Titanfire, I think.
Poharatany jak dupa fakira, jak zdzira. Wymiętolony, leżę kurwa rozpalony, hej Johnny. Chciałbym posypać i na łące jak królik brykać, ale cały czas ten zjazd usycham jak wyrwany chwast. Tylko jedno w głowie mam.
Give me a moment.
5 gram, odlecieć sam. Krainę zapomnienia, w głowie myśli mam, kiedy skończy.
There we go. Thank you all for watching today, guys. It was a little rougher than planned, but we had a learning experience or two. Hopefully, next time the mission runs, it does go a little smoother. I don't really care if we win, but getting the nukes would be nice. It is kind of the whole point of the mission. Anyway, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Stay safe, and I will see you guys... tomorrow, I think, for armor. And we might do some type view after that, and then who knows what. Oh, and workers and resources soon, because I finally actually got round to starting to play it, and it's extremely addictive, but I'm terrible at it. Anyway, catch you all later. Hope you'll have a wonderful day.